was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome to the home of hard truths. Indeed, this is Radio Generation, the people's breakfast. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. It is now 1.5 minutes past 6 o'clock. City Muga is in the house, or rather in the studio. City, good morning. How are you doing?
Paul, I'm in the house studio.
Yeah. You know, that's what are they called? Hype men usually say, what's up, my people? We're talking about City Muga in the house. So City Muga is in the house. Whoop, whoop. Again, which era did you... Ulikuwa unaenda disco? Hizi disco zako kwani zilikuwa zinakaa namna gani?
Yoni.
Hizi disco zenye ulikuwa unaenda when you were, you know, a disco person.
Zilikuwa zinaenda nightclub.
Ndio hizo sasa, those nightclubs. You didn't have a hype man?
They're called hype man.
Yes, the person who hypes up the crowd.
Anaitwa hype man.
Yes.
Walikuwako.
Yeah.
I just didn't know they were called hype man.
Okay. And they used to say something like so and so is in the house. Give a big shout out to my boy.
Hiyo ni yenu.
Oh. Yenye walikuwa nasemaje? Ama walikuwa nasema attention. We do have City Muga in the club tonight. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali. Is that how they did it? How did they do it?
It is in my interest to forget.
Was it a traumatic experience? Was it a traumatic experience?
No, it actually wasn't. I actually liked nightclubbing.
Yes. Okay. And when you went out, first of all, what time did you arrive? What time did you leave?
As a rule, I always went out on Wednesday, Saturday, and Friday and Saturday.
Yes.
And I never went out before 10.
Okay. Actually, that's a very good plan.
I would actually go home on those particular days.
Yes.
Sleep.
So that you wake up to go to the nightclub.
Yes. The logic was simple. I had a friend of mine called Henry with whom we used to go to nightclubs with.
Yes.
The understanding was you want to go to the nightclub, come meiva.
Yeah.
As you would say when it's popping.
Yeah, so you marinate before you arrive.
Una marinate. By the time umeingia pale, tayari, you're already airborne.
You know, that's actually very clever, and it is one way to spend less money when you go there, because obviously drinks there are more expensive than they would be out here.
Yes.
So you, like you've said, make sure you've had enough rest. Then as you approach that twilight hour, you know, have your drink or two.
And special meals for those occasions.
Oh yeah, you have to put a foundation.
Matumbo.
Mutura.
Yes, you've understood it. And
yes.
Then veggies ambayo imepikwa na nazi kidogo.
Ni lazima hiyo.
Yes, exactly.
Na ukiweza pia kula kitu mzito kama ugali.
No, sio ugali tu kawaida. Ugali ambayo imesagwa.
Kabisa.
Mhogo imewekwa hapo ndani, mtama imewekwa huko ndani, kuna mahindi. That thing sits in your stomach like a bag of cement.
It creates a good enough foundation,
bro,
for whatever you're going to do.
Yes.
Tonight.
When you arrive at the establishment, the cultural establishment,
right?
Some people already begin to look for those words and blinking them like around 100 times a second.
Yeah.
You are cold stone sober.
By
the time it's speaking, you know, you actually think of going home because you've actually gotten the place when the music is there, the place is full, and
you've enjoyed yourself.
Yes, and you've had a good time. Meaning it's concentrated. You can go home, sleep, and go back to work.
Right.
Yes.
Wait. So go to work. That means you'd go on a weekday.
Wednesday. You want listening?
Weekday.
Yes. Wednesday, Friday, Saturday.
Bro, unaenda nightclub weekday.
Yes. That was unapiga system majira so that is ishtuke on Friday.
You know, I'd rather go on a Friday and Saturday, and that's it. Sunday, spend it detoxing, obviously. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I would love to be as sober as a judge.
You could actually detox at the club because if you go at 10, you will drink up until midnight. 2 hours. After that, you're detoxing.
2 hours?
Yes.
You go to the club for 2 hours?
To drink for 2 hours. Then I stop drinking.
Okay. Let me tell you how kids do it nowadays, including kids my age. Go to, first of all, do it on a Friday or a Saturday. and make sure that you have taken enough food, like we've said, ugali, matumbo, nini, whatever it is that you prefer. Then you start at the house. Kuna kitu inaitwa punch. So punch is when you mix things up, your favorite stuff, and then you include fruits. So you can throw in a pineapple there and a watermelon or an orange.
What does that do?
It just flavors up the thing, the beverage. Mix it up, kunywa.
What soft drinks did you put in it?
You don't have to put a soft drink, but if you have to, you can put...
do you know that if you put a soft drink, you do not reduce the alcohol content?
It's not about reducing it. For people who do that, it's just about chasing, diffusing the concentration.
You don't.
Yeah, but you diffuse the concentration.
You think you have. The taste is what you may diffuse, as you call it.
So now,
but the alcohol content doesn't go anywhere.
Listen, once you put that in a bucket with fruits, no koroge hivi, my friend, kunywa tu pole pole with your friends. Call your friends. Mujibambe, get to the level that you want there. Now from there, go to the club.
Why do I suspect that you call this thing punch?
It's actually called a punch. You can Google it. It's called a punch for a reason, because it punches you. So by the time you're going to this cultural establishment,
yes,
my friend. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 7 minutes past 6 o'clock. Wanasemanga ya kwamba this is the holiday season. Please, if you're going to do something like what Siti and I are describing, do it responsibly. And definitely, if you're below the ages of 18, usipatikane. It's wrong. All right? Now, today is the 18th day of December 2025. What is so significant about this day that the world could be remembering, commemorating, or celebrating? Well, let me tell you. On this particular day, International Migrants Day is what they call it. It is the International Migrants Day. And also, City, it is Arabic Language Day. Do you know any Arabic? City?
Salam.
Another one? Algebra.
Once I say salam, as far as I'm concerned,
yes,
I've answered the question.
So, salam is one of them. Shukran is also another Arabic word. We also do have ijina na si assalamu alaikum, but hiyo pia iko. Kuna ingine, nimekwambia algebra. Alcohol. Do you know alcohol is also derived from an Arabic word al-ghul, from what I understand. So yeah, today is International Arabic Word.
It's
Day.
International Al-Ghul Day.
It is Arabic Language Day, International Migrants Day. That is what the world is remembering. So if you are part of that community we called migrants or immigrants, well, today is your day. Also, if you speak the Arabic language, yes, sir.
Let me ask the simple question.
Ask.
Which community on this planet are not migrants? We are talking about a time when it was acknowledged that very many people moved from wherever they were to another place, and it was documented.
Yeah.
Human beings migrate all the time, man.
All the time, yeah.
Even before what we refer to as the continental drift.
Yes.
People migrated.
But if we look at it from a larger perspective...
No, if you look at it from a perspective that is dominated by the West, because it is their perspective that we consider to be the only perspective.
But Waafrika sana sana walikuwa tu Afrika. Ndio tunaweza kwa tulitoka Congo Basin tukakuja pale Mombasa, wengine wakatoka sijui kule Western Africa wakakuja sijui ni wapi. Kuna wenyewe walitoka North ama South wakaenda North, but tulikuwa tu hapa Afrika.
No, it's not true.
Sasa ukiangalia
Paul, it is not true. It is not true. If it was true, then people like Mansa Musa and the pilgrimage they made to Mecca would never have been documented.
But Africans, they went back home.
Yes, they did. I'm simply saying Africans moved. When the Moors conquered that region around the Mediterranean, where they're talking about Spain, you're talking about Portugal, okay? All these things happened because Africans were moving. Those were Africans. They were moving from place to place. See, migration doesn't mean I have to cross a continent for me to be able to migrate. I just need to move from the place that is recognized as the place that
of your origin.
Of my origin or heritage to another place. I've migrated.
Yeah, and I agree with you.
Yes.
For example, we also in today's times we have rural-urban migration.
Thank you so much, Paul. That is
urban-rural migration.
Spot on. Spot on.
Yes.
And the county governments in Kenya, or the creation of it, brought about that urban-rural migration.
Yes.
Because with the county system, people realize they could only go back to where it is.
To the Ushago.
Yes, they could. They could.
So we are all migrants in one way or another.
This is the point I'm trying to make. It becomes a point, a pain point, when in this modern day and age,
Yes.
because of economic stresses or stresses, people cross the Mediterranean and go to European countries, and that is what is considered as migration.
True story.
There is no way there would be a Dutch community in South Africa if they are not migrated. There is no way that you would find people of European origin in Southeast Asia if they're not migrated. There is no way you'd find them in New Zealand and Australia and Tasmania and all those places if they're not migrated. Human beings migrate.
I agree. There's no way you'd find Kambas in Paraguay had we not migrated. Akina Motoa Goko wanazumbuana, by the way.
Yes.
Big shout out to our Kambas in Paraguay. Right now though, methali. Karibu niruke story ya methali.
We are still in the Republic of Congo.
Right. Give it to us.
This one you will like, huh? In every village there is a white chicken.
In every village there's a white chicken.
All right, let me give you the Lingala version of it, because this one you're going to like.
Mukulu bilanga tepete na chicken.
Okay. You have tried, but what I'm about to say you'll find more endearing.
All right, tell it to me.
Soso pembe azangaka mboka te.
Sosombete azakaka mbo.
Azangaka.
Azangaka.
I think the ngaka is the cook. Has to be.
Yeah.
Okay. Mboka.
Mboka.
Yes.
Yani ni mboga. Mboka te. Okay. Just
Soso.
again. Soso pembe. Azangaka. Mboka te.
Yes. Now, don't translate it using your knowledge of Kiswahili, because you're going to say that chicken and ugali is very good. No, that's
Nimboga tamu
sana. No, that's not what they're saying. They're saying in every village there is a white chicken.
Okay. Yeah. I've already forgotten what you've said in Lingala. Ati soso pembe. Soso pembe. Azangaka mboka te.
Yes.
Soso pembe. Azangaka mboka te.
Okay, now you're going to give it that twist, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm actually going to internalize this, and then one time, when I meet my friends from
Dr. Congo.
Republic du Congo, I'm going to be like, can we have the kanga? Azakanga mboka te. And see if they will understand what the hell I'm trying to say. But in every village you cannot lack a white chicken.
And you wamesema.
Okay.
Other communities have similar.
I wonder why that is significant.
There are always people in any community who stand out.
Okay. I like that.
Make sense?
I like it.
Goody good. As I told you, you will love these proverbs from the Congo brothers.
I'm going to miss this Congo.
Yes.
Once we're done with it this week, I'm definitely going to miss them. I hope the next country that you shall take us to is going to be equally interesting, if not more.
You are suggesting that what I should do is try and look for the lingua franca of that particular place.
I think that's actually a great idea.
You think it's a great idea?
Yeah.
We shall march forward.
Tupeleke kule lafu unatuongelesha na lugha yao. Sisi tafurahia. Inapendeza sana tena sana. Wewe nasikiza kutoka wapi? Kama wewe iko Congo Brazzaville tuambie, kama wewe iko ile Congo nyingine ya Dakitari tuambie pia, na kama wewe iko Congo nyingine yoyote ile, hata kama ni Congo Basin tuambie.
Belgium.
Tutapendelea tena sana, au sio? Now, 15 minutes past 6. Some sad breaking news, if we may put it that way. Supreme Court Judge Mohammed Ibrahim passed away, and this is what Bradley Bosiri has written about this story. Supreme Court Judge Mohammed Ibrahim has died, his family confirmed. Justice Ibrahim passed away on Wednesday evening at the hospital in Nairobi, marking the end of a distinguished legal career that spanned more than 4 decades and left a lasting imprint on Kenya's judiciary. His passing was confirmed by Chief Justice Martha Koome in a notice on Wednesday, that is yesterday. And this is what she said. On behalf of the judiciary, the Supreme Court of Kenya, the Judicial Service Commission, and on my own behalf, I convey with profound sorrow the news of the passing of Honorable Mr. Justice Mohammed Kadar Ibrahim, Judge of the Supreme Court of Kenya and Commissioner of the Judicial Service Commission. We extend our deepest condolences to his family, friends, colleagues, and the entire judiciary and JSC during this moment of immense loss. Now, he was appointed a judge of the inaugural Supreme Court of Kenya on June 16th, 2011. Wow. Following an open and competitive recruitment process, his appointment came at a historic moment shortly after the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution, when the apex court was being established to anchor constitutionalism, electoral justice, and the rule of law in the country. Now, during his tenure as at the Supreme Court, Justice Ibrahim played a key role in shaping the court's jurisprudence, particularly on constitutional interpretation and electoral disputes. Now, he later took on additional responsibilities within the judiciary, reflecting the confidence placed in his leadership and experience. On August 16, 2021, Chief Justice Martha Koome appointed him chairperson of the Judiciary Committee on Elections, a role that positioned him at the center of judicial preparedness and oversight on election-related disputes. Now, in his capacity, he was involved in guiding the judiciary's institutional response to electoral processes, including coordination, training, and dispute resolution mechanisms. Since 2011, but then, you know, that bench hasn't known any other justices apart from the ones who were actually appointed at that particular time. Of course,
Which
had
ones?
The exit. Sorry?
Which justices are you speaking of? The ones who were appointed when we brought into being the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
We never had a Supreme Court.
Yes,
The highest court in the
2011.
land prior to that had been the Court of Appeal. You see the distinction. You see, this is now, we're talking about someone who's my friend.
Yes.
He was actually the first Kenyan Somali advocate and a Supreme Court judge. This is a man who, in the days of the second liberation and the movement that people had towards advocating for a just society and a multi-party system, he was actually detained. And Justice Ibrahim was a free thinker. This is a man who understood what it was, not just to uphold the law, but to stand by what you believed at whatever cost. It is tragic and it is sad. You know, when somebody whom you've known for a very long time, as I have, Justice Ibrahim, passes away, there's this feeling that your generation is beginning to move along and go on to the next life. Yes. And sometimes it takes somebody who is as highly known, as highly renowned as Justice Ibrahim Mohammed for you to actually realize that time has gone by. Time definitely has gone by. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I remember, especially during that 2017 situation, the one you remember where President Uhuru said they would revisit. I remember these folks at that particular time, they were very vocal. They put on this persona that, for me, I looked at the judiciary and I was like, wow, this is actually an institution I'd like to work in. Had I, the knowledge of law, and perhaps even had I been a lawyer at one point, I think these are the kind of folks I would want to be. I believe these folks at that particular level were true patriots, because you do not get to a position such as a Supreme Court judge if you do not have a certain character in you.
Actually, what is even interesting, when Justice William Mutunga retired in 2016, he actually served as the acting president of the Supreme Court.
So he did what?
He was the acting president of the Supreme Court when Justice Mutunga
retired. Yes.
That's in 2016.
Yeah.
A trailblazing career, yes.
How did you get to meet him? How did you folks become friends?
He is my contemporary.
Explain.
We were in college, we were in university at the same time. Yes.
Okay.
But we had it always begins with having mutual friends. And then the friendship solidifies when you have mutual interests. You suddenly find you have a lot in common in the way you think and the way we talk. Yes.
Okay.
And he and I loved similar cultural establishments. And so we would sit and talk for hours about not even matters of judiciary, just matters of life.
Yes.
Yes.
Mambo tu ya kawaida.
Believe me, mambo tu ya kawaida. But the perspective, he was a philosophical person. He is somebody who could philosophize on even the most dire and serious of situations. It's like he could pull himself away from the situation and then look at it as though he was giving it a bird's eye view.
Yeah.
And yet it was actually a very pertinent position that he was speaking about.
Now that you've mentioned the fact that you guys were friends,
Yes, we were friends.
sat together, probably enjoyed a meal or two together. It makes me wonder, do I know any judges personally? Do I have a judge's number on my phone? I don't. I have politicians, from senators to CSs to PSs to God knows what, even in the medical profession, doctors, surgeons, watu ambao wanakupasua akili na wanaifunga na unakuwa sawa. I actually don't know a judge.
But Paul, when I knew him, he was a lawyer. He was not.
It's okay.
A member of the bench.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to say, give it time. Some of these people may end up being Supreme Court judges.
I wonder if any of my friends, comrades from university or primary school will ever end up in that position. Because I have lawyer friends, many.
Paul,
many.
Some of these things you do not know. You know someone because you know them.
Yeah.
And then over time, the vicissitudes of life conspire, and the person and the person ends up in an elevated position that you could not have foreseen. Chances are neither had they.
The closest I've gotten actually to a judge is when I have had to attend court for whatever reason. And the other person...
Can we discuss the members of the police service whom you knew along the way?
I know senior police officers,
right,
senior government administrators,
right.
such as the one we hosted yesterday.
Yes.
Lakini judge, sijui. Wait, ngoja kidogo. Tuli interview Justice Maraga juzi. That is the closest again. That is the closest I have gotten to judicial power, if I may put it. But yeah, may he rest in peace, of course. And we condole with his family. And we ask that when our time comes, God will have favor upon us. Yeah. Okay. Acha tuangalie what else is trending in this radiogeneration.co.ke. Gideon Moi calls for dialogue and calm after deadly Angata Barikoi violence. This is by Bradley Bosire. KANU chairman Gideon Moi has expressed concern over renewed violence in Angata Barikoi, Transmara, where dozens of homes have been destroyed and several residents injured following fresh clashes. Now, in a statement, Moi said he was deeply troubled by the recent outbreak of violence in Angata Barikoi in Transmara, which has seen dozens of homes set alight and people injured. Now, he noted that reports from the area indicate that more than 30 houses were torched during the unrest, leaving families displaced and communities gripped with fear. The latest violence, he said, comes on the back of earlier confrontations in the area that had already resulted in loss of life and widespread suffering. The KANU leader appealed for restraint from all sides, urging residents and leaders to reject further bloodshed and destruction. In 2025, we're still having these conversations. We have bigger fish to fry. Why are communities attacking each other?
Actually, that's the point. The bigger fish to fry may be the precipitator of what you're seeing.
Yeah.
I cannot export violence until I feel I've been violated. There must be something in me that is unsettled for me to be unsettling. So the question you want to ask is, what is it that has manifested itself in this violence? What has been happening within these communities that has suddenly... The eruption is the outward manifestation for all of us to see.
Yeah.
But something must have been simmering in the background. What is it? What is it that these people have been dealing with? What are these unresolved issues that these communities have had?
Because, the KANU leader says, he called on elders, local leaders and other stakeholders. Who are these stakeholders? To take the lead. Of course, I'm assuming stakeholders include the security agencies. But he called on elders, local leaders and other stakeholders to take the lead in convening inclusive discussions aimed at resolving the root causes of the conflict. What is the problem with this area?
This is what we are saying. Remember, Transmara, for you to understand it, you need to ask, who are the communities that neighbor each other? That's a question you want to ask. Migori, part of Migori County is the Transmara region. They are members of the Abagusi community who are in Transmara region. The members of the Maasai who are in that particular region as well. There are certain hotspots in the country where you find a convergence of certain communities. The issues in these communities often have to do with land, they often have to do with pasture, but more importantly, it has to do with conflict that is instigated and fueled. Somebody has an agenda, and it requires this turmoil for them to do or to move forward the agenda that they have. So, unwittingly, people get involved in scuffles which then escalate over issues that if you were to later ask them, they'd say, we're not really sure. Did somebody harm you? No. Did somebody offend you? No. Did someone encroach your land? No. So what exactly were you fighting about? And they'd probably give you some historical narrative about, sometimes these guys, it was not quite a long time ago.
During the great flood of Noah.
Yes, this is what...
Yeah, but I get what you mean. They okay, so you're saying that people, some of these communities rather, are carrying historical grudges.
No, it is explained that way because the reason why you're actually fighting, if one were to ask you, you would not be able to explain the current conflict except give it a historical perspective and say, this happened and then this happened. And when you ask specifically, did it happen to you? Someone says, no, but it happened to
my great-grandparents.
Yeah, and what they did was very bad. In fact, if you look at it carefully, yes, exactly. Conflict among communities who not only live next to each other, have intermarried, some are even related. It cannot be explained by something that happened historically or a quarrel that some people have. That's why I brought it down to a narrative that somebody has and they propagate so that they can fulfill a certain agenda that they have.
Yeah. I mean, it's and also I've asked, in 2025, we're still having these conflicts.
In 2025, we still have human beings who are not content with what they have. They always want more. They always want what somebody else has.
Ama kitu city iko politically motivated.
It tends to be.
Kuna mtu mahali tu anatumia hizi communities either to his or her advantage for whatever reason.
In 1992, we started having things that were called tribal clashes. It's around the time when multipartyism came into being, the repealing of Section 2A. Okay? And if you looked at the hotspots where people said there were tribal clashes, you'll find that in these areas, the communities who lived there were communities that were not necessarily supporters of the Kanu government. Okay? And this so-called conflict meant these people moved away from those areas. Now, when they move away, especially at a time when the elections are around the corner, they won't vote. So one couldn't help but connect the voting, the numbers, these people to that particular violence. And when these things were revisited and they were looked at, the question that people asked is, you realize that you thought your neighbor across the divide was fighting you. And yet your neighbor was also fought. So you would ask, so where did these people come from? It's like they would come to your side, start some violence, go to the other side, start violence, and then both sides would feel that the others are attacking them, and then they would fight each other. Hence my question. These guys have been neighbors for a very long time. So why are they suddenly, this thirst for killing each other, where does it suddenly come from?
Exactly.
Yes. They're neighbors. They know each other.
I believe that someone has the answers, but they just don't want us to know about the answers as to why this is happening. This conflict and this killing and fighting and whatever it is.
Well, like the 2007, the conflicts we had, the 2007 election, you tell me, there are many people who've argued that this was spontaneous. I have come to believe that one of the most difficult things that any politician or any mobilizer will do is to create a situation where people spontaneously just fight each other. Okay? Convincing people that something that was planned meticulously and executed is spontaneous. That's the difficulty. Because when you look at the history, some of these fellows have been prepared. So where's the spontaneity? They knew what they were doing. There are stories that we don't tell each other, and yet we must. Because we must remind ourselves of the things that happened. Because if it has happened before, it can happen again.
Yes.
But when you talk about it and you understand it, then you demystify the situation and you look at the issue for what it is. Yes. This Transmara issue didn't start yesterday.
Yeah.
This is just it being reported afresh now. So the question is, who are the warmongers who are actually exacerbating this situation?
Yeah. Good question, City. Good question. Acha tufanye traffic kidogo. Hey, I'm looking at this road known as Ngong Road, and I can tell you for a fact without fear or favor that it has traffic along Ring Road Kilimani Junction. Also a little bit of traffic at the Ngong Road Kilimani Road Junction, that is Adams Arcade area. Also traffic at the junction more because of that construction being undertaken there. We also have traffic at the roundabout around Daystar University and the Nairobi Funeral Home. We also have, the rest of the road is clear. We have a little bit of traffic along Haile Selassie as you're approaching Uhuru Highway. So that means at that roundabout there kameshikamana. Alafu tuko na shida kubwa tena sana zaidi in the CBD. Where do I start? We're talking about Moi Avenue, Tomboya Street, Haile Selassie. We are talking about Landis Road, Ronald Ngala. Go to Landis Road, Pumwani Road, huko kote kumeshikamana. So that means that if you're trying to access the CBD, expect that traffic. You're better off on foot or on a piki. Looking at the other roads, sehemu za Tatu City kule Kiambu County kuko sawa kabisa. Githurai barabara naona iko nyue, kumaanisha kama unakuja sehemu za town you're good. Ruiru huko sehemu za Ruiru Sunrise Estate, guys are looking good, no complaints coming through. If I just head on over to Mombasa Road and then I scroll all the way to Machakos County, we're talking about Syokimau, Mlolongo, Athi River, iko sawa kabisa. Kitengela into Kajiado County looking good at this particular hour. If you stretch yourself out and then head on over to Mombasa County, am I seeing traffic? Well, I can tell you that a few pockets here and there. Of course, pale Mombasa Likoni Ferry, that place, of course, everyone is waiting to join what is it called, board the ferry. So there's traffic there. Then Moi Avenue looking good. Nkuruma Road iko sawa kwa sasa, hamna shida yoyote. Makadara kule, Makadara Road that is, inakaa iko shwari. Meru Road iko shwari, lakini kuna barabara hapa naona iko red. Hii ni Digo Road imeshikamana kwa sasa. Hapo ndipo ninaona kukua kwekundu. Kule kwingine kote naona kwa sawa. Ngoja kidogo. Hii ni barabara inajulikana kama Jomo Kenyatta Avenue. Hiyo pia iko bumper to bumper. Ronald Ngala Road iko bumper to bumper, lakini hiyo ni wakati unapoelekea pale Jomo Kenyatta Avenue. Na barabara kutoka hapo iko shwari. Ukiona chochote pale barabarani nafaa kujua, basi longa nasi at Redigen KE.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right, City. Let's take a look at Magazeti. Daily Nation, front page. Jirongo death mystery. 3 pathologists concluded serious injuries to the chest, abdomen, and spine due to blunt force trauma caused, which is what caused the death of politician Cyrus Jirongo. But questions still linger about the circumstances of the fatal road accident, given conflicting accounts. These stories on pages 4 and 5. So here are the queries, or some of them at least. Why did Jirongo drive towards Naivasha? Have police questioned persons Jirongo interacted with last before he left Karen? Why is the bus company reluctant to make public their passenger manifest? Where are other witnesses, particularly passengers, to corroborate the bus driver's account? And why have the police not recorded statements from them? ODM without Raila, MPs plot defections. On page 7, they're saying some Orange Party MPs opposed to the outfit working with President Ruto, including endorsements of his re-election, and others apprehensive about rigged primaries, have signaled they will decamp in the run-up to the 2027 general elections. And who are these folks? Perhaps we can see here Karoli Omondi, Suba South MP, Edwin Sifuna, Nairobi Senator, Richard Onyonka, Kisii Senator, Caleb Amisi, Saboti MP, Anthony Kibagendi, Kitutu Chache South MP, Babu Owino, Embakasi East MP, and Mark Nyamita, Uriri MP.
Of that whole lot,
Yeah.
the only person who has successfully...
Tumia hicho kidude.
Thank you.
Yes.
The only person who has successfully vied for a parliamentary seat on
Guza hicho kidude tena. Aha.
a variety of parties and one is the senator for Kisii. Yes. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
One Richard Onyonka.
Sorry, come again for the sake of the people who didn't hear you.
I am saying that of that list of members of parliament whom you have
Mentioned.
read out,
Yes.
only one of them has vied for a seat in parliament on different political parties,
Yeah.
and one. That is Richard Onyonka.
Oh, really?
Yes. The others are gambling.
Let's just...
And we will see how that gamble pans out.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have questions, but let me just read out the rest of the paper, then perhaps
Go
we
ahead.
can revisit.
Yes.
Yeah. Transition Supreme Court judge dies upon return from India. Justice Mohammed Ibrahim, who was admitted as an advocate of the High Court in 1983.
Yes, which means that he, in 1982 is when he completed, then he went to the School of Law, and that's when he was admitted, yes.
Do you know where I was in 1983?
I'm sure you're going to tell us.
I was a dream.
Good for you.
But anyway, yeah, so he was appointed to the top court in 2011. How globetrotting county officials splashed millions on lucrative trips. Latest report by the Control of Budget, Margaret Nyakango, shows devolved units spend more on foreign and local travel. See, this is on Wastage, yeah? You can read it on page 8. And then senior school fees puzzle. A revised fee structure for boarding school that the government released earlier and is yet to be recalled is causing confusion about fees payable in January. This story is on page 10. So that is the Daily Nation. Let me just check one more. This is the Standard. Trump hits again, putting Kenya's neighbors on partial restrictions while slamming others with outright entry ban is a blunt signal from President Donald Trump. Donald Trump's White House, coming after his harsh rhetoric towards Somalis. It also raises the stakes for Kenya. Even with recent health deals and cordial ties, Nairobi cannot assume it is safe from tougher vetting. With porous regional borders and close interaction with nationals from countries now on Washington's watch list, Kenyans could face heavier scrutiny, more visa denials, and a chill across business and people-to-people links. This story is on page 4. Justice Mohammed Ibrahim takes final bow. That story is on page 3. Why don't you check that out on the Standard? Over to you, City.
Let me look at the Star.
Yes, please.
Ruto allies train fire on Kalonzo as regards signal support for Wiper boss. On the spot, how counties hide expenditure from oversight agencies. You know, these tales of war from the county are sad. There was always a complaint that people were marginalized and that they were never considered by the national government because of political reasons. We ended up accepting and agreeing to have 47 counties instead of having 8 regions that were a replica of the previous provinces.
I think Nganga here told us that we were supposed to have
8.
13, was it 13
regions.
counties or something?
Regions, they were actually regions. That debate went on. There are those who said 8, there are those who wanted it to be like the former provinces, there are those who said, look, let's just have them like the former districts immediately after independence, and so forth and so forth. But the 47 was to cater for what you call community interest. We got that. We now have people stealing from their own. The very people who represent your heritage are the people you're stealing from. And it seems to be an ongoing and an accepted way of doing business. This I honestly don't understand because it is criminal. Every cent that is taken away from what it was meant to means somebody who should have received a certain service will not receive it. Whether it's an educational service, whether it is a health service, whether it's an agricultural service, whether it's the propagation of business ideas, anything that equals development will be hampered because some people have decided to either take a trip and they seem to relish this idea, taking trips, buying new cars. By all means, buy a new car if the facility allows for you. But don't take money that isn't yours. It isn't. It's actually meant for things. Anyway,
Yeah.
the day of reckoning is with us. Not that it will come.
He's here with us.
It is actually with us. Jirongo died from blunt force trauma, autopsy report.
Yeah.
Now, every time you hear this term, it's usually when somebody has been clobbered in the head.
Yeah.
But if you read the report, they're talking about broken ribs.
Yeah. That
broken-
can be explained by the impact of the accident.
Quite simply.
Yeah.
Quite simply that. Penalties jump to 26 billion as pending bills pile, shows COB report. Okay? Bang in the middle of the paper, Asahi Group is the largest brewer in the Asian country. Diageo sells EABL stake to Japan brewer for 300 billion. As far as this story goes, they've made a profit of 49 billion. Okay? So Diageo has decided to divest and they're selling. And they're selling to who? A Japanese who? Company.
Yeah. EABL. That is Diageo. Diageo, you know about Diageo, right? They actually have this lineup of very fine drinks. We're talking about whiskeys and vodkas and rums and ingine inajulikana kama nini ECT yenye nakwambia.
Vodka.
Hiyo tushasema. Thank you. Yeah. So them selling this stake to a Japan brewer for a brewer for 300 B.
They're divesting. Please understand that these are companies that have shareholders. And the mandate that any company that is publicly listed has is to ensure that the shareholders benefit. Okay? It won't be the first time they've bought and sold and bought and sold and bought and sold.
It's the nature of business anyway.
It is how they do this business.
Yeah. Sometime even in future they might rebuy it back depending on the circumstances.
If Asahi is the biggest brewer
in Japan.
No, that Asian region.
Right.
That region has a very huge population. So it tells you that they're truly, truly huge.
Yeah.
Remember, there is a company that is known as the Coca-Cola Company. If you look at the principle they use for competition, in the absence of alcoholic beverage, anything that is a beverage is competition, be it tea.
But they do have, it's just that they don't publicize it. They have an alcohol branch, if I may call it that. Yeah.
I have left that out of the discussion because, as I said, if I leave that aside, I am focusing on the soft drink business because this is what they were known for the longest possible time. That's why they have that is why they have their own water.
Yeah.
And that is why, as I said, any beverage is considered
fair game.
Yes. Now, Diageo, for the longest time, on East African breweries were known to be brewers of beer.
Yes.
Now they've gone into distilling because spirits are distilled.
Right.
Okay? But breweries didn't even just begin and end there. Breweries realized many years ago that they needed to probably manufacture their own bottles. Yes.
Now, there's, of course, local competition that comes in.
Yes.
People like Kiroche. Yes. And others I'm forgetting right now. However, now we have also local competition huku kwa mitaa. And the government, and even we had that conversation here with Danid yesterday with the commissioner. It's just that we didn't get into it deeply, but the proliferation of illicit brew, my friend, is huge in this country. And it's largely because of price. If you have gotten the chance to look at some of this illicit alcohol that is in our bars and other establishments, my friend, those things, even the smell, even the look of the packaging, the presentation of this thing is quite ugly. For the longest time, people have been asking our government to allow local brewers to obtain licenses so that they can sell to us these locally manufactured brews in their own localities, in their own homes, houses or whatever, but just ensure that it is produced safely. Because these people actually know how to make this thing. It's just that safety standards kidogo zimetupwa kwa choo.
Would you believe it that there was a time these so-called halls you find in communities, on Saturdays, they were halls where people went to drink local brew, which were licensed. In Kenya.
When?
Yes, when I was a young person. Yes. Busa was legalized.
Yes. Changa.
Moratina, no, Changa, I don't remember.
Okay.
But I remember Busa.
Busa. The white one and the brown one.
Yes.
As I was being told yesterday.
Yes, and then there was Mnazi.
Mnazi kutoka kule pwani.
Yes. There's something called Matingas. These are things you could actually buy and drink. Legally. You didn't need to hide. I don't know. Because Mnazi is a wine.
Yes.
Now, one would have hoped that we would have graduated these things, okay?
To license them and have them produced locally.
Because changa is a gin, okay? Uganda have legalized it. Waragi, Konyagi.
Konyagi ni ya Tanzania sasa.
And you that's I'm moving to our neighbors.
Right.
You buy them, they're legal. They're gins. Why it is that we have never moved in that direction, something I fail to understand. The reason why Kenya Breweries does what it does, there's this beer called Keg, which was an elitist beer.
Yes.
Now, we were told the other day by Njihia how it is that a mug just costs 25 bob. Now, you see, the safety you speak of can be found in such a drink.
Right.
Because you know where it is produced. You even know who produces it
and how
it is produced. Yes. So, for 25 bob, the people who cracked it and said, guys, people will drink. So, why don't you make something that people can afford to buy?
Yeah.
Yes. These things that are called sachet, God Almighty, you have no idea what you're drinking.
Those things, by they, and I thank God they were removed from the market completely. Because, number one, it was very easy to sneak those things into school,
very easily,
prisons, and everywhere where they are contraband.
Yes.
And I'm glad they were indeed. But also, zilikuanga hizo mbaya sasa pia zilikuwa zinekwa kwa hizo sachets, and that was really bad. They were really dangerous.
Let me tell you, do you remember that there was a proliferation of a certain drug that made zombie out of people? Unakumbuka hiyo? So long as you have a situation where you can not bend the law, not twist the law, but break the law, simply by finding somebody in a position of authority to bribe, so long as that persists and there are no consequences for the damage that is caused by allowing such a thing, we will continue to have these stories.
Yeah. In America, I like the fact that they have legalized their changa industry, like literally. We have farmers who brew it in their farms, and they call the local Kenya Bureau of Standards, check it out and say, this batch is clean, you can sell it. And your neighbors come and they buy.
You're talking about moonshine.
Moonshine. Your neighbors come in, buy, you can sell it to the local market. Of course, there's a limit as to where you can sell it.
Those fellows, actually, you know what it is created from. Not this one of ours where formaldehyde is thrown in there, some dead rats are thrown in there, Omo is thrown in there. You have absolutely no idea what it is that you're drinking.
Actually, to some extent, formaldehyde is also as a result of that brewing process. So it's one of those things I think the government needs to relook. Because people are going to drink it anyway.
No, the government knows.
Yeah.
This one, it's not that they should. They know. They have these documented. They know. They know. I dare venture to say that every time you hear there's been a raid, that's PR. To show that they're doing something. If I am producing something illicit, I will know who to bribe. I will know who to talk to. So that I can be allowed to kill people. Because that's essentially what you end up doing.
Kule sehemu za Mlolongo, there's actually someone who's very well known, produces changa. And every once in a while, and when I say once in a while, I mean like in a year, 5 or 6 people will be reported dead from drinking the brew that he makes. But that guy has never been arrested. No action has ever been taken. His establishment has never been raided.
Paul.
Yeah.
The times some work I used to do in Eastlands, and some young men whom I met, and they asked me to go and visit their hood. This thing we are speaking of, these drinks that had been banned, while I was touring, we were sitting in the veranda of one of their houses, just chit-chatting. And I could see where one, but they're drinking, they're not drinking in a house. It was in the open.
Yes.
I saw police car arrive, I said, Bas.
Wameshikwa hawa sasa.
Nobody moved. Nobody.
Yeah.
They just continued drinking. They continued drinking. Somebody got up, seemed to talk to the police, but the police car drove away. Then they took me now to further tour, and they told me, that lady over there, the gentleman was telling me that is my auntie. She's the distributor for Bangi in this particular area. I said, she's the what?
The distributor of Bangi.
I said, yeah. She really said, yeah. But let's go. I said, man. What if those policemen come and said, there's nothing, you're safe. I said, I'm safe.
Bora umewajenga.
We walked in there. A policeman in uniform walked in. I knew, here, bro, I'm done. I was not done.
Yeah. You actually were very much okay.
We just continued chatting, talking. The person talked to this gentleman's aunt, and the guy walked away.
And life moved on.
And I asked myself, what have I just witnessed today?
Yeah.
But they explained it to me. They said, so long as nobody is complaining, nobody is harmed.
City, we just need to go back to our roots and support those roots. This busa changa making dens, just legitimize them.
Kabisa. And tell them this is the standard you use if you want to produce this stuff.
The same way you're told this is how you grow maize, this is how you grow beans, and this is how you grow wheat. Let them be shown there's a safer way of producing this thing for your customers, so that tomorrow they can come back. Otherwise, do not serve 10 customers today, tomorrow only 7 come back, and with time only 1 is coming back, because people will still do it either way.
You know that changa is still distilled in my neck of the woods, and people know the people who distill it well.
It is actually produced all over this country, but yes.
I'm talking about my neck of the woods. You know, one talks about what one knows. I've never heard of anybody dying from it.
Sababu wale watu wanajua kenye wanafanya.
No, then in my own family line, I have people who are distillers.
Yeah.
I actually know how it is made. From you remove from the maize in Asagwa, the fermentation, the lot.
You know everything to the distillation process.
I know how it is done.
Okay. All right, City. Again, guys, if you're gonna engage in this thing that City and I are talking about, please do it responsibly, and it's not for people under the age of 18. Before twende kwa salamu, let me just check out this thing real quick. There's something we said we would revisit. ODM without Raila, MPs plot defections. So Karoli Omondi, Edwin Sifuna, Richard Onyonka, Caleb Amisi, Anthony Kibagendi, Babu Owino, Mark Nyamita. You've said Richard Onyonka peke yake, Kisii senator, has vied with different parties and won.
And he's been elected.
So it's about the person here, and it's not about the party.
That person has been elected many times. I think the 4-time MP is not going to be a 5th. And in different parties. And he gets elected. Okay, these are the fellows are venturing into the unknown.
Yeah.
Okay, and we shall see how it pans out.
Yeah.
Okay, if they get elected, I will then venture to say that these are people whose records have spoken for them. Okay, if not, then you would say these people got elected because of the party they were in.
I have a question about Edwin Sifuna. Edwin Sifuna might not be the best judge of character or judge of political prowess, but I have a feeling that he's loved.
But why do you say that?
No, I'm just saying, this is just me putting a disclaimer that I might not know things on the ground. Kwa ground, ile ground mimi ninaona ni kama wanapenda Sifuna.
Sifuna is a likable person for good reasons.
Yeah.
Edwin Sifuna is clear in the things he says. His logic is clear as to whether that outside the party he has been known to be in will resonate with the voter. So that's what we will see.
I have a feeling that come 2027, because of the passing of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, things are going to be done differently going forward.
Let me put it to you this way. There are those who, because of the passing of Raila, will rise to heights that they were never in before. But that has nothing to do with the party, it has to do with the people that they are.
Yes.
If Edwin Sifuna is packaged as the person many people see him as, and that person is acceptable, then his political career will move up. It will continue rising. And there'll be greater things ahead for him.
Kwa sababu from where I sit, Sifuna hajafanya makosa yoyote. Na sioni kwa nini voters wake, if at all he decides to still maintain Nairobi, sioni sababu gani voters wenye walimpigia kura initially hawataendelea kumpigia kura.
Paul, I wish that the politics of this country followed that logic. I really wish. The saving grace for people who want to venture into some new horizons is that there's a change that is upon us right now, and many people don't seem to see it. You do not need an earthquake of the seismic nature for you to understand change.
Yes.
All you require for is a monumental event to take place, and you realize, whoa,
Nikubaya.
Things have changed here. 2024 was a watershed moment.
2024 Or during the maandamano?
Yes, it was a watershed moment. And anybody who has finely tuned ears to the politics of this nation or who understands history would know that things had changed in the country. Not were going to change. They had actually changed. There's a community that is referred to as Gen Z who had come of age. And whatever it is that happened simply enhanced their education. What they are now is not what they were in 2024.
Yes.
And they are the complete antithesis of their parents who are now my generation.
Yes. Can I mention another person? Mbakasi East, Honorable Babu Owino.
Babu Owino was elected in ODM. He's never been elected in any other party other than ODM.
Do you think if he decided to join Wiper or, I don't know, any other party, even go independent, he would clinch, he would reclinch? Oh, no, but wait, he wants to be governor.
But that is what we want to see. You see, what we're now dealing with is there is no wind assistance as such in the person of Raila, okay? So now you as a person, are you sellable outside that particular overarching umbrella that existed?
Minus Raila.
That's what we're going to see. I cannot enter into this foray of prophecy of saying, I think. We will see. If somebody wants to test the waters and is determined that it's something they can do, by all means do it. We will see, won't we? Yes.
Last but not least, Kuna Caleb Amisi also has been very vocal.
Caleb Amisi,
even before the death of Raila.
Caleb Amisi had a particular stand, and it was an anti-government stand, and he was very firm and didn't move. Whether that will resonate and it will place him in a position where he can be elected, whether it's an ODM or not, Paul, some of these things,
Tutaona.
You don't get into the prophesying business. Just wait and see. Between now and the end of the year, end of this year, which is just a couple of weeks, many things will happen that will inform us. By the time we get to March next year, a lot more will inform us.
Aye.
So why do I want to prophesy something when I can wait to see it?
Okay. Aye. Wacha tusalimie Don Sabu. Amesema good morning city. Now in Kenya, if you want promise development, just watch and look for where the praise worshippers are. You won't miss political promises. Mbuvi au sio? Well, Don Sabo, you're actually right. That's the Kenya we live in. Marit nasema, assalamu alaikum kings and queens. Before going to rave, I eat well, then take vitamin B complex.
What conversation have we begun this morning?
Which helps with the hangover. Hit the gym to sweat so as to get the alcohol out your system. Kitengela iko locked. I'd like to meet Marit. I'd actually want to see the face of this person who's saying this. Lefty anasema hivi, we thank God for the gift of life. Good to see people. Good to see you people. Listening to CT commenting on Ibrahim, it tells you the older you get, view yako ni tofauti na accepting reality rings loud. Thanks Mzeya. Yeah. Fighter is saying, good morning from the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. This is Bahamas. Rest in peace, Judge Ibrahim and Cyrus Jirongo. All right, Fighter, asante sana for tuning in from the Bahamas. Mutodhya Vyaka amesema hivi, good morning City and Buvi. Let the government audit the 4 trillion loans before we start talking of the 5 trillion fund. I like people when they think like this. Shida ni ku-implement your action.
Sio ni mzuri.
Ni mzuri.
Tupige audit. We were told there'd be an audit. The president said he would audit those debts. At the time he said it, I actually believe he meant it. So the question I'm asking is, what happened?
Douglas Kibogonga amesema, morning CT, Mbuvi and Edna. I think only Jirongo can answer why he drove towards Naivasha. Unfortunately, he is not with us. May his soul rest in peace. Indeed, only him and God can answer that one. We have Victor Odhiambo on Facebook. Good morning. Looking forward to fruitful conversations. Many of those planning defections from ODM might not survive, but let's see how it plays out. Victor Odhiambo amedunga point CT. Anasema wenye wana plan kutoka huko ODM maybe perhaps wanaweza kosa kusurvive, lakini umesema tusikue katika business ya kufanya nini, ya kufanya predictions. So let's wait and see how that pans out. In the next hour we shall be hosting Honorable Robert Alai. He is the MCA for Kileleshwa Ward. The conversation obviously is going to be heavily political. Right now though, let's get into the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba has called on universities to begin early preparations for the first cohort of competency-based education students expected to join universities in 2029. CS Ogamba urged institutions to work closely with the Commission for University Education to develop programs aligned with the competency-based education and training system ahead of the transition. He was speaking during the 14th Kisii University graduation ceremony on Wednesday.
Competency-based education and training will be transitioning to universities in the year 2029. As part of strategic forward thinking, our universities like this one should adequately anticipate and prepare for these transitions. We've already achieved key milestones, such as the alignment of the teacher education programs with the competency-based education framework, and will continue to build the capacity of university staff on the competency-based education.
A man accused of obtaining money by false pretense has been acquitted by Milimani Court after it found out that prosecution failed to prove its case beyond reasonable doubt. Peter Obare has been charged with fraudulently obtaining 2.4 million Kenya shillings from Isaac Nyongesa between January 2019 and March 2021 over an alleged house construction claim. However, the court ruled that the evidence presented did not meet the legal threshold to sustain a conviction.
The second one is having found that the same subject matter is a subject in civil cases. My question would be, what is it that the complainant was not able to do or is not able to prove in the criminal case, in the civil case, that he can now prove in the current criminal proceedings? Commissioner of Police and Director of DCI versus Kenya Commercial Bank 2013. Court of Appeal said, while the law section 193A of the criminal procedure allows the concurrent litigation of civil and criminal proceedings arising from the same issues, and while it is the prerogative of the police to investigate crime, we reiterate that power must be exercised responsibly.
The Engineers Board of Kenya has announced the suspension of all construction activities at a 14-story residential development in Nairobi's Westlands. This follows a partial construction failure at the site as investigations reveal serious breaches of engineering regulations. In a public statement dated December 17, 2025, the board said the incident occurred at a construction site along Donyo Sabuk Avenue off Peponi Road. The project comprises of a 14-floor residential building with 3 basement levels. EBK said the failure involved the partial collapse of 2 shear walls. The national government and county leaders have reached a consensus on both immediate and long-term interventions to address Kenya's escalating drought crisis. This include retooling of key World Bank-funded agriculture projects to focus on urgent relief while building long-term resilience. Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Mutahi Kagwe says the drought response will adopt a whole-of-government approach, treating livestock, crop production, and human livelihoods as a single interconnected system.
We came to discuss those 2 programs and to look at the best ways of ensuring that Kenyans get the most benefit that they can be able to get out of the 2 programs that are largely funded by the World Bank, and to make sure that Kenyans will ensure that the money that is coming to the World Bank, from the World Bank, through those 2 programs, benefits the farmer.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said Wednesday Russia was preparing to wage a new year of war on his country in 2026. This is after his counterpart Vladimir Putin said Moscow will certainly achieve its objectives. The statement was a reaction to Putin, who earlier said Russia will achieve its goals in its Ukraine offensive, including seizing Ukrainian territories it claims as its own. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. It is 6.5 minutes past 7 o'clock. And like I promised you, in the studio, we do have the MCA for Kileleshwa Ward, Honorable Robert Alai. Mheshimiwa, a very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Asante sana, thank you so much.
Yeah. I was just asking Mheshimiwa here about some of the, what are they called? Headlines here. And on the Daily Nation, you can see there's this whole issue of Jirongo death mystery.
Yeah.
CJ. CJ, bana. People are saying...
May he rest in peace. I hope that his book will come out because, you know, CJ was writing a book.
Yes, I've heard he was writing a book. And
he was writing a book.
Apparently, it was a damning book. I had a lot of expose.
he said Robert, you know, I'm writing a book, but I don't want to publish it because I have friends, but I'm an honest man. I have to talk about the things as they are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, but you know, the good thing is that CJ also a very good man, very, you know, very jovial, loves life, you know, loves his beer, loves, you know,
the good life.
He loves to have a good life. And I think that whatever happened to him, may he find, you know, some rest in the eternal life. But I'm seeing a lot of mysteries and things being thrown around about Jirongo's death. You remember one time at UN, Jirongo was found in a car sleeping, and when somebody went to knock the window, he chomoa dagan. You remember that incident in the newspaper? It was very big. It was in the headline, I think if it's not more than 10 years ago or something.
I remember that incident,
Yeah. So, you know, what we know is that Jirongo was a chain smoker, but he also loved his beer, but he was a very good man.
Yeah.
And in these circumstances, I don't think that Jirongo, because, you know, politicians are being blamed, that probably it was his political enemies who killed him. I don't know if Jirongo's good days were ahead of him or were behind him. Yeah, because, you know, Jirongo was very powerful at some point, and I think that's the time which was very appropriate to take him out. You know, Jirongo's mouth, even during the last general election, I think in 2017 or 2022, when he was very loud about Jacob Zuma and, you know, and William Ruto and so on.
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't know what really happened to him.
Yeah.
But to me, I think just his lifestyle, you know, the beer, and sometimes you can get confused whether you're going north or south, you know. There's a time I was chairman of a residential community, and there was a pilot. These new pilots, you know, the young pilots, they're in their 20s.
Yes.
Then they're paid good salaries by the KQ then, when KQ was at its prime. And what used to happen is that these guys would go and buy the best German machines.
Right.
BMWs or Max.
The Audis.
Yes, the Audis. And so, and most of them would drink when they are not working, when they are off, you know. And most of them stayed around Embakasi area. But one thing they used to say is that gari najua nyumbani. Hii gari iko na safety features lakini najua nyumbani pia. You know, so somebody driving a German machine like that would forget that they need to be sober, and they need to take care of themselves. And I really, really hope that nothing bad happens to nobody played, a role in the death of Jirongo. I hope that we find closure, especially the family, because the family is very big, huge, and such a huge family can bring various interests. There's a part which they want to use the death now to fight each other. But the last thing which I wanted to say is that also for us Luos and Luyas, is that we always find the death of prominent people as a chance to consolidate our political grounds. And it happened during the death of Tom Mboya, when Tom Mboya was not in very good books of the Luos, even Jaramogi. But when he died, suddenly became a hero. You remember even Jaramogi himself wanted... Ouko was, the Jaramogi's camp wanted the Ouko fired, Robert Ouko. But when he died, he became a serious hero. All these people, Kiki Amayo, so sometimes we use death to consolidate. And I'm seeing the opposition also is using the death of Jirongo now to consolidate their ground, which, it can happen in the political platforms. But if you ask me, I don't see anything bad happened to Jirongo, because he's a very good friend. I would not wish anything bad to happen. He was rough, but some of us were born rough, and we have to live rough. But he was a very good guy. He was a very good guy.
You knew him personally, obviously.
I knew,
you said he was a good friend.
CJ was a very good guy. Yeah.
Okay. I guess we'll get because there are many queries. For example, they're saying, why did Jirongo drive towards Naivasha? Have police question persons Jirongo interacted with the night before? Why was the bus company reluctant to make public the passenger manifest? Do they usually have manifest, these people?
Yes, but how? When you pay, it is recorded because you get a receipt. It's a record.
Okay.
Yes.
And then where are other witnesses, particularly passengers of that particular bus, and also other road users?
Passengers, yes. I think there are mistakes we always make, and I think that the police would handle scenes of
crime.
Yeah, because they don't treat this as a crime.
It's an accident.
It's an accident.
Yeah.
So these police scenes, they're always destroyed, and everybody walks in and everybody does everything. The driver became a celebrity on media without first being debriefed by the police, and so some of these things are handled so poorly that even when there is nothing bad which happened, then it becomes a whole chaotic mess, and whatever the police now is trying to do, they're just trying to play catch up, because the driver has gone and played a version which maybe he wanted to exonerate himself, but he didn't talk to the police, so that the police tell him that at this point don't discuss this with the media, so that we also get to understand whether you are you knowingly participated in this, or but it is very unfortunate how we handle this.
Essentially, Mheshimiwa, you're saying that, do I hear to be saying that for many people, the death of someone prominent presents an opportunity?
For politicians.
For politicians, of course.
You remember Albert Ojwang? People even hired, the number of buses which were blocked from going to Albert Ojwang, which were booked from Pwani University. Somebody went to Pwani University and paid students to come and attend that funeral. 7 buses. If those students wanted to go for a music festival, they would not pay that. You see, but because there was a funeral here, Nakasongo lazima ashuke. You see,
hence why
somebody went and hired 7 buses. So it is always very unfortunate, very unfortunate. You remember, and if you historically, we like to use the funerals to consolidate. You see, we even go. Politicians like now. Tomorrow we are going to bury our friend Festus Amimo.
Yes.
And Festus Amimo used to be one of the most prominent Luo journalists, and presenters there, and head of Mayenga. You see, one of the leading stations, because he's also owned by the government. But there are also people, because he was, when to get to that level, there are people you raft. When I see these people now, and just a day before Festus died, Aki, this guy Shambulia Festus at a funeral, at a funeral, funeral of Beryl Odinga.
Yes.
Yeah. It was an open attack. They just didn't mention the name, but it was him they were after. You see, these media practitioners, scanners.
So he was the target.
He was the target.
Right.
When he died, these guys came with a delegation.
Zapole.
Hey, vijana goons. You see, it is now a point for him to become. He left. I think he contributed close to 400,000. He left another 200,000. I say, what is this now? You see, it is serious politics. It is a political platform because these politicians, we are so lazy. We don't want to go and say, book for me a ground. Niite watu elfu tatu. I want to talk to them about politics. The funeral and maybe a religious function, a church, is the cheapest crowd you can ever get. So you'll spend less. You'll spend 200, 100,000. Maybe City Muga.
But sure, before we get deep into politics now, another situation I want to ask you about is Tufena Muthoni. You had a few words to say.
I was at a point where people were. Tufena was on a mission, and this mission, it is only her. Because how many days or how many times do you hear somebody going to the cold to hug a tree?
That's why she was mentioned the way she was mentioned. Because
that's why she was unique. She was on a mission which only her understood. Very few people understand. She was not an average think of. You see, so Sisi, no Shamba, we don't understand this thing of hugging a tree. We don't. We are Africans. And Africa is our business, like Ndidi Joro says. So, hii ya kwenda kushika tree hivi. Sisi ukituambia conserve, tunaambia kwamba go plant 20 trees.
Yes.
Go plant 100 trees. Hiyo ni conservation kwetu.
Okota takataka
hapa. Make sure that the drainage is clear, so harvest rainwater. Those are the things we know.
Yes.
Lakini without much investment, but investment in thought, she said that if I do this thing of hugging a tree, I would succeed in highlighting an issue. So at this point, ndio ile time mnasemanga kwamba we didn't know your game. You see, hata sisi atuelewe. But there are people who are also blaming you, like City Muga. City Muga, why didn't you give it a platform on your radio? This lady wrote to you 10 emails. No, your story was not making sense to me. Because mimi bado nimeshamba kwa hii kitu. So don't blame everybody who didn't work with her. She has reached where she has reached. Now you go juu. Can we now move here? How many people can we encourage to hug trees next year?
Where she knew.
No. If it is a good high, because I saw the Guinness Book of World Records. I thought, you record it. I don't even know how do you do. I don't know if the Guinness guys
come there and watch you.
Come and watch you because you have to be. This thing has to be audited.
She documented it.
Like my documentation can be wrong. I can use a time lapse.
Yes,
it is true. It can be wrong. The thing is, what she did was symbolic.
Yes.
There are people who in the West are referred to as tree huggers. There are certain type of conservationists who bring the attention of people by the actions that they do. It's dramatic, but it has a very specific purpose. Because it's dramatic, you notice it. Because it's dramatic, you will talk about it. And because it's dramatic, the agenda, as you say correctly, is then brought to the fore.
Yes.
Yes. If all she did was sit somewhere under a tree, it would not have had the same impact as standing for 72 hours and
hugging.
Yes, exactly.
With no bathroom breaks.
72 hours is a long time.
Me, I even feared lightning. Because like in Kisi,
utatandikwa.
So I feared a lot of things because she's also young. But also realize that when you're a bit advanced in age, there are exposures. If you go through, then utatoka kama unakufa. You are 3/4 dead. So I really support her mission. The only thing is that the way I was brought up, I never understood this game of hugging trees, and that's why there was a time Anyway, I don't want you guys to be sued because I see the guy.
But she has succeeded, actually, like you said.
Yes, in highlighting the issue.
And now
like
you did understand the game.
Greta Thunberg. I'm a Greta Thunberg. I don't know that lady of the German lady who is always on various environmental missions. Trying to go to even to Gaza.
She's Scandinavian.
Yes, I think now she come to highlight a lot of issues, and these young people sometimes they risk. You remember the lady from Afghanistan, yeah, Anaitonan, who was shot while going to school.
Oh, the young girl. She's called Malala. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
There's this issue on the front page of the Daily Nation still. ODM without Raila, MPs plot defections. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it.
Yeah.
So a couple of ODM folks here. We have Karoli Omondi, Edwin Sifuna, Richard Onyonka, Caleb Amisi, Anthony Kibagendi, Babu Owino, and Mark Nyamita. Imesemekana that
they want to go.
Well, that is what the headline says.
I think there are some people who are justified that they can try outside ODM and succeed. Somebody like Onyonka was once with PDP, came to ODM, left again to, I think, Ford Kenya for a by-election, and then came back to ODM.
Yes.
So such a person can, because, and also you remember the parents, the father was a minister, so there's a political dynasty you cannot play with. All this.
Actually, Mheshimiwa, it's not just a dynasty, it is what his father's legacy, the sort of leader he was.
Yeah.
When somebody gets elected and your father was a minister, it says a lot about who your father was.
Yes.
And how the people of that area of yours related to your father.
Yes. You know how they treated, and how your father also treated them.
Yes, and what he did for them specifically.
Yes. So I think it's not something which can be underrated.
Yes.
But all these others, the first time Edwin Sifuna tried was in Bungoma. What is that constituency of theirs in Shags? And he couldn't get much votes. Kuriri, Mark wants to go out of ODM. I don't think that he'll survive a week. Caleb Amisi can try to go to what? Anataka kwenda DAP. Maybe DAP at Jaribu. Kibagendi, maybe he wants to go to, I'm seeing him with Fred Matiangis. But Kibagendi is and all this, you remember a good number of them.
Yes.
You see, you remember a good number of them are people who have been in the student leadership. And, I think Karoli Omondi, Caleb Amisi, these people are street guys.
Yes.
They are not cool. Baba used to say they are hot-blooded every time.
Baba's words.
Yes, and hot-blooded, and every time you would find they are very impatient. You remember last time when Babu was making a lot of noise, he wanted to be the park chairman. Park chairman, well, you have stopped John Badi from going for the governorship of Homa Bay, and now you have such a senior member without a committee, or without a leadership or a serious committee.
Yes.
I think ODM didn't see the sense of giving Babu Owino, was just a first-time MP, and was just now starting his second term.
Right.
Being given a very powerful, because PAC is the only committee which draws its mandate from the Constitution. Directly from the Constitution. That it is the key oversight committee. So the key oversight committee, it means it is the voice of the opposition in the House. There is no way it was going to go for somebody with the kind of experience of Babu. There are very many serious guys there. There's Nyikal and so on. There are people who have served more than 3 terms there. But you made a lot of noise about it. Mark Nyamita, and you remember Mark Nyamita, Kibagendi.
Yes.
Karoli Omondi. They were in UDA. They were working with William Ruto before. Before Baba joined it, before the broad-based. Before the broad-based. So they are not people whom you can real easily. And also Baba used to do, and we say this, I think, on this platform, that Baba was Baba. And Baba was not once in a generation leader. Baba was a once in a lifetime leader. And getting somebody like Baba, you'll have to have 5 or 6 people replacing him. There's somebody who's going to be a very good mobilizer, but he's not going to be a very good peacemaker. Some people, you see, you go to a function now, people recognize the president.
Yes.
But they don't recognize the presence of the party leader, Oburu Odinga. But that would not happen with Baba. Sometimes you don't recognize the president.
Yes.
But you recognize Baba.
For sure.
You see? Because Baba was all powerful. And some of these things, Baba will just wave a hand or just make one call. And all these troubles would go away. You see? The other challenge which we had is that Baba also used to uplift a lot of people. There are some people who feel wobbly when Baba is absent. Like Baba would carry your hands and you would get 75% of the votes in.
Just by raising your hand.
Just by raising your hands.
At a rally.
And you know, there are people who, when they went for the devolution in 2013,
yes,
there are people who got into politics but never knew how to defend their seats. Like my MP, John Omondi, Embakasi East, could not go back. Not because he didn't want politics. Even now he's a participant by the sidelines. Olum, Langata. You know, there are people who just went there. But when Baba carried their hand, this is our candidate, they got in.
It's a wrap, yeah.
And also, at the other side, there are people who you remember now, Gashag was saying that akona some funny MPs, Mashukuru, Kawanchikama, Tukana. But you remember, these people's main strength was that walishambulia Baba. Yeah, so you know, they got elected because of the cult of personalities. They were either with Baba or against Baba.
So Raila phobia
and Raila mania won people a lot of seats. Now we are learning. That's why you had to insist. There was a time people were saying that tulikuwa tuna vurugana na Sifuna. You remember in Kawangware. And what really happened is that you have 17 constituencies in Nairobi.
Yes.
In these 17 constituencies, you had Jubilee and ODM candidates. The challenge is that mtu anataka kusimama huko MP Kasarani. You see? Anasimama MP huko Embakasi, wapi nini. Wanakuja na hiyo convoy. They want to be given time to speak in Kawangware. The person whose voters are there.
Yes.
And doesn't have the capacity to mobilize that kind of audience, because Baba always brings the audience with him. You see? He's told, wewe huwezi kuongea chochote.
Na yeye ndiye anataka.
When you MCA, because the seat is too junior for the engagement level of this kind. You see? Yeah, so you're not even allowed the microphone. So you ask yourself that, why is somebody who wants to be an MP, hakuna watu wa Kasarani hapa? Kama uko simngoje huko mlitoka Kasarani, mrudi huko Kasarani. But saizi mko Kawangware, tafadhali patia hata huyu hata aseme jina yake. You know, a good number of people are vying for MCA. They don't have that amount of money, and you find there was a lack of understanding that which William Ruto does well, because William Ruto, when he goes to a place, he always insists that area MCA
has got to say something.
He receives him on the line first. Has to be on that line. Hey, umepanga area MCA. Yuko happy. Area MP. Hao wengine wako. You know, he knows that the ones at a senior level, they always jipanga. But the area MCA, because they know that I'm a bodyguard. Bodyguard does not record MCA. Endo kai huko. You see? Yeah. So at that, and you realize that in functions of President William Ruto, he respects the MCAs, and the bodyguards know that ukiguza mheshimiwa hata kama ni mheshimiwa mchache, huyu jamaa atafurahia na shida. Yeah, so we're talking about this.
Yes.
Assured here is Onyonka.
Hao wengine komsa.
Hao wengine ni komsa. Unless wacheze karata ile.
Hata Embakasi East babo.
Huyu Pepper Tiger. Huyu sijaiona. Sio kwamba you remember? You remember?
Yes.
If you ask Babu today, you know these people, they'll follow you. And our voters love people who have some that's why Kalonzo wobbles. Because Baba's constituency, which he wants to inherit, loves somebody who is brave. Somebody who, even if you are taking them to a wall, you assure them tutazguma na itaanguka. You tell them ile KICC leo, kesho tuendeni tusukume ianguke. And that's how Baba used to do his politics. Anasema, si wamekataa, tusiswear in. Tutaenda hapa na tujiapishe. And it happens. Blood, sweat, tears, it happens. Lakini, when they have discovered kwamba hii kitu unawapeleka shimoni, they'll crucify you and you'll never come back into politics. You remember how Ababu is struggling?
Namwamba.
Yeah. This guy, this guy used to be the darling of the crowd. He would go, and the fact that when he got into parliament, he was swearing with Baba's name, Haki ya Mungu. This guy would move with it. But when they gave up on him, he was done. Babu's main campaign point is kwamba niko mbele kwa opinion polls. Today, if you and City, who are in the middle class, sit him down and ask him that, ndugu yangu, what do you want to do for Nairobians? Atasema, go outside here, ask 10 people.
Yes.
7 people will tell you they want me. Lakini, hiyo sio important.
What are you going to do?
Is what you... Because when people realize at some point that you are empty, they'll run away from you.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll run away from you. And these are things which, as friends, because we saw this guy might have the political mobilization skills, but he doesn't have these other skills which are needed to sustain this life. So we sat him down as our party member, as our friends, as our colleague, and told him, ndugu, unajua, ulienda hapa mbele yetu. Why don't you do this to consolidate your ground?
Yes.
Alafu huyu mzee, chunge sana. Huyu mzee is very powerful. The people who you go, because at some point he was wanting to go to Wiper. At some point, he wanted to start a new party. In fact, he even built an headquarter he started a headquarter of his party at next to Bomas. So Babu, say,
This same Babu.
This same Babu, he had a political party registered already with other friends. So,
okay.
Yeah, so that one he'll launch or he'll stay in ODM. It's upon him to decide.
Okay.
But we advised him. These are things which, because I believe that Babu should have done some things. Even Nairobi governorship was his to lose. Even now, if he is serious, it's his to lose. But the way he is doing his politics, the first people, in fact, if I wanted to finish, if I was President William Ruto or whoever, because I don't think that President William Ruto gives him a lot of attention, if I wanted to finish Babu today, I would give him the Nairobi governorship. Because he will not be able to manage Nairobi. And that one will be the end of those politicians will crucify him in public.
Robert, let me ask you this question, because now you raise something pertinent. Nairobi being what it is it really possible to have someone run it if they do not recognize what Nairobi actually is? Nairobi is very many cities in one. And trying to run it from City Hall as though it is some of these outlying counties which are essentially rural areas. Is it really possible? All these people want to be governor of Nairobi. Can they actually run Nairobi?
I don't think that, because now I see that the people who want to get Sakaja out or replace Sakaja is who? There's Gakuya, there's Babu, Timas.
Who is Gakuya?
Gakuya, James Gakuya, the MP, Embakasi North.
Yes.
The billboards are all over. You don't see him.
Clearly he doesn't.
He doesn't. There are so many around Nairobi. There's Gakuya. There's Nani has gone. Tim has gone to Bungoma. I don't know. There's a little bit of push that he comes back. Though Uko pia Didmas anasema kwamba whatever number Didmas atakuwa nyuma yake. So it's a bit of a conversation. But you remember when Mutula Kilonzo was the minister for Nairobi Metropolitan, and they were imagining this, because Nairobi cannot exist properly without Machakos, Kiambu, Kajiado, and so on. So there's the Nairobi city
then
and the Nairobi Metropolitan. But these things have to work together. In fact, Nairobi gives Kenya life. Whatever you do in this city inspires the rest of the counties. The only person, we have had 5 governors.
Yes.
The only person who at least tried to manage Nairobi professionally. All these garbage trucks you see being launched were done by Kidero.
Okay.
Those are plans he left in place. The markets, the systems, he left a data center. That data center is now nyumba ya kuweka ma files.
No way.
A running data center with monitoring systems, softwares.
I have actually seen it on several documentaries.
Yes, and he left.
That was Kidero.
Yes, that was Kidero.
Okay.
You know, even they paid 300 million to some company to develop an ERP system. Mpaka saa hizi hujaona hiyo.
An ERP system has too much accountability in it.
No one would want it.
Pana. It'll be sabotage at very many levels.
You see, even the best thing which President William Ruto was trying to do, the first thing we did was to try to separate the assembly and the executive for all the counties, which was a very good thing. But the other thing he was doing, because Nairobi has been bearing the brunt of it, is the issue of procurement, the e-procurement. And this e-procurement, one component which was very nice was that when you procure, the money you allocated is ring-fenced. Hakuna reallocation. Hakuna reallocation. Haiwezi toka hapo. Huwezi kuchukua kwamba uliweka 200 million kwa education. Sasa hii 200 million education unataka kuitoa.
Uende ukafanya agriculture.
Na usha procure. Because that's how pending bills come up. You are procured. Somebody has done the work. Hata kama ni nusu, hata kama ni a third. Somebody has done the work. Please ensure that this work is completed and paid for.
Yeah.
But what happens now is that unaanza process kama saa hizi tunaenda kufanya supplementary, I think maybe next week ama this week.
Yes.
Next week, because now this week is over. Today was supposed to, they would have announced the sitting today. So if they do a supplementary, what they're going to do is just to, supplementary is always an evidence of bad budget making. You are not living within your means. So you are trying to reallocate. And there's also rules like 30% should not less than 30% on development and so on. And you saw the list of COB on which counties are doing poorly in that regard. So people reallocate that amount and mess up them. And the biggest victim is Nairobi. Because you have Nairobi, which is a big county.
Yes.
Struggling to raise revenue. Sometimes managing to raise only 3 million shillings in a day, while Kajiado County does 10 million
in a day.
Sasa ile Kajiado iko na Ngong, Rongai part of it, Suswa, Suswa ni Narok. Suswa ni Narok kama Kajiado.
I'm not sure, but I think it is. No, Suswa, I think it's Kajiado.
You see?
Kitengela.
So hata hapa tu Kilimani na Kileleshwa peke yake.
Yes, you can collect
more than Kajiado and Kiambu combined. But you find that these outlying counties are now collecting more than us. We have the strength of Nairobi, the strength of the capital city lies in its own collection. Because this Nairobi city, with a proper collection system, at least we should be collecting 300 million shillings in a day. We should be loaning other counties or even countries like Rwanda. We should be giving them some money. We should be loaning them. They want 10 billion shillings for a project. Sema haya, utatupatia interest pesa ngapi? So tulipe. You see, we'll be loaning other counties which the government cannot be able to. Even the Namata with Nairobi can now say, the government says that Nairobi is professionally run, but it manages the metropolitan counties. When we had NMS, how much were they collecting daily? NMS was NMS unajua NMS is praised, lakini NMS was a mongrel. It was accountable to nobody. That general threatened MCAs, ukijaribu mimi nitakushika na nikupeleke military camp, sikupeleki kwa seli ya polisi. You see? So because he came with his own military team. So that guy was also, and the current mess is drawn from there. So we do not know how much they would collect. They were collecting because daily. We don't even know who collects the revenue now. But when we say it's a mongrel, how do you expect a county to run when certain services are being run by this supposed metropolitan body? Some others, you are told, is still under the governor. So who actually is running the city? Who is running the county? There's something he has just said as you asked that question, that even right now we do not know who's collecting. The revenue now, But I see there's something he's saying. Ask him to say it clearly so that you understand. Please do. We don't know. Yes. Where the revenue is going. And the challenge is, Nairobi is the only county where every political leader in this country has an interest. And that's how the governor is insulated. Every person elected in Kenya has an address in Nairobi.
Hata MCA ako Mandera.
Ako MCA huko. Anakujanga kufuata vitu vyake IBC nini hapa kufuata hizo everybody has an interest in Nairobi. Especially now the MPs. How many do we have in the country?
About 350
resident in Nairobi. The governors
47.
3/4 have permanent offices in Nairobi. Our senators, ministers, PSS, what? When you announce job recruitment,
yes,
how do you judge watu? When you have business chances, how do you front runners? And that's how the governor becomes blameless. The moment you try to remove the governor, unless the opposition leader and the president agrees and say that kaende, hakuna kitu mtafanya.
You know, there's a lot of money that has gone into master plans for this city. Our constitution acknowledges and has given leeway for something which exists, what you call boroughs, but life has never been breathed into them.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm saying this is, let's take any constituency. There are 17 constituencies. Take any constituency in Nairobi. If you thought of it as a profit center, because all of them can actually be managed, everything that you find in City Hall can be replicated there.
Yes.
Everything. Which means the accountability factor will be greater and easier, because you know.
At the sub-county.
Yes, kama kuna hii, kama kuna hii, unajua vizuri sana. When it is one whole county, it's a mess. You will not know where to look, what to decipher. And I think there are people who know this full well and are determined that it should remain that way.
Yes.
Because the accountability factor is greater. Why do you think, for instance, now, when we talk about the country of Kenya, we also talk about the counties? Now, I have a problem with the labeling of counties that are not doing well. No. The counties are not doing. It's not. It is the governors who are governing badly.
Yes.
We should be specific. Not saying this county is not doing well. A county is an inanimate entity. Okay. The animate entities are the governor and the people who work with him. So if something is wrong, it's not the county. It is the person. But we never report the individuals. If my county, which is Kisumu County, okay, is not doing well, the county is not doing well. The person who isn't managing the county well is the governor and the people, the assembly,
the deputy,
that entire structure, executive, they're the ones who are doing badly.
But you know, there's something he said here, and it just makes me realize that this thing we call the county, and you're right by saying it's the people running the county, that thing is, that's why I think he called it a mongrel. Yeah.
When we have these discussions, we sometimes muddy the waters because we keep giving amorphous titles and names to a situation. When a governor mismanages the funds that are given to him in a county, then we report that the county is doing badly. The county is not doing badly. The county is being mismanaged. And the people who are mismanaging it should be mentioned. It is so and so and so and so and so and so.
I agree. For example, he has given us a very good example that of the 2,000 plus officials we have in government, elected officials, that is, all of them have got an interest in Nairobi. Then let's go down to the CSs and the PSs and the directors in these various parastatals. And the police bosses. And so when we have all these individuals, this is just a number.
You're referring to civil servants?
No, I'm talking about elected leaders. Elected leaders plus those.
When you throw in police people, those people are not elected.
I said
yes.
Over 2,000 elected leaders. Plus now adding the CSs, adding the civil servants, the police and whatever, the people who have power in this county, basically.
No, they don't.
When let me just finish the point. When you consider what he has said, that they come and they either put pressure on the governor or insulate the governor, then that is where the problem for me is.
That is not where the problem is. The people who are elected to run this county are people like Robert here.
Yes.
Okay? Please understand this. They actually have the people with real power. It's them. If they decide to align themselves with these individuals that you've mentioned, or if they decide not to, they will not have power. Just like we delegate power to those whom we elect, by the same token, those who elect delegate their power to these individuals.
They donate it, as you say.
Yes.
Without
it,
it,
they have no power whatsoever.
Let me tell you a scenario. You see, you guys don't know this thing called Nairobi. And the good thing is that you guys are in Kilimani. If you go around in Kilimani on these developments being done by the Chinese, they're not owned by Chinese.
Yeah.
They're owned by leaders of this country. So and some of them owned by the governors, and they have been given the county names. Or something which tells you, hii inatoka Kisii.
Yeah.
Hii ni Siaya. You'll get even a Siaya Park. You see, and if you go to the books, when you want to stop such a development, because it's being built beacon to beacon, and you're an MCA who earns 82,000 per month, baada ya salary, baada ya loans umechukua na kila kitu kwa benefits zako kwa assembly, unapaki uko na 20 or 30,000.
Hiyo pesa ni mingi sana.
You see? You see?
Yeah.
You want to confront a governor who has access to all these resources.
Yes.
Is building a 2 billion shillings apartment block, and you want to go and tell him, unajenga beacon to beacon, there is no allocation for green space, haujafanya siji surrender
walkways,
hujafanya nini. You see, there are only 3 options for corruption in this country. There are only 3 options. Unapewanga pesa, unapewa ukue part of the deal, sign documents, ama unapigwa risasi.
So 3
options peke yake ya corruption hii nchi. You see, so when you face such a person, the assembly itself ina rely on the governor. Huyu governor na huyo governor mwenye anajenga, they sit at the COG, they agree, bana hii ni kitu yangu isiguzwe. The governor, your governor in Nairobi, whom you're trying to push to the corner, is the one who is signing a salary. Yani anaweza kuamua usilipwe. You remember what Wambora used to do? Anasema kwamba 5 months hauna salary. Wewe umejaribu kuwa mjanja sana, sina allocation.
That's what happened in Taita Taveta.
No, Wambora wa Embu.
Wambora wa Embu. Okay. You remember Wambora survived impeachment 9 times. Because every time you try to impeach him, anafunga. Hakuna resources. Utafanya nini? Utapiga kelele hapo, hakuna sheria inasema lazima akulipe, atakwambia exchequer allocation hajafika. Atakwambia, you see, traveling to Nairobi for UT people will be too expensive for you to confirm some of these things, and you see, so the interest in Nairobi is too much. Now we have the and you know this thing, I wish that the media would support me, because it is like saving the Kenyan media without realizing that you're trying to save them. Because I don't believe I'm fighting the visual clutter. There's a visual clutter of billboards, you know, this, and especially now the poles, the small form ones. Then there's something called the hoarding, which they just do a big tandarua of an advertisement.
Yeah.
You see?
Do these people pay the county for these things?
There are 1,800 billboards in Nairobi. The county gets money from only 10% of them.
Why?
Because this country, when you see a mess, it means we lack enforcement. The county does not have the capacity to enforce billboard regulation out of that.
When you say capacity, what do you mean, Robert?
If somebody puts up a billboard hapa nje, unajua unaamka, hii billboard inafanyanga 3-4 days, iko juu. And the guy who is doing that spends like 2 million shillings to that chuma na kila kitu na itakuwa juu. You see? Hii billboard, for you to remove it as a county, you need a crane which can handle 60-70 tons.
Okay.
The county does not have such a crane. The billboard owners, the outdoor advertising owners, have a cartel of the crane providers, whom if they say utumie yako iende itolewe yetu, they either organize for it to be chomwe, ama tutatumia yako tena. You become an enemy of the industry. So because it's like a small cartel.
This is the corruption fighting back, basically.
Yes. James Gishuru is 4 kilometers. 4 kilometers. But it has close to 90 billboards. 82 to be exact. This, out of these 82, 40 of them are from Magnet. Imagine 4 kilometers, 82 billboards.
40.
Utoke tu hapa nje Ngong Road. Ngong Road. Uangalie, leave alone, even if we ignore the company, the Magnet, the the Look Media, the AdView, Live Ad, what, ignore the farms for a bit.
Yes.
Just the visual clutter. The kind of mental gymnastics your brain tries to do when you are driving on the road. One side you are seeing a condom advert, the other side pizza. Back to school. Okay, to go happy. You see, there was a reason why there was a consistency kwamba these billboards, the minimum distance must be this. Now you find the minimum distance in regulations should be 100 meters. Now you find kwa 30 meters kama enda Globe Cinema roundabout, hakuna space between billboards. To back to back. Zimeshikana mpaka imetengeneza ka wall around it. These billboards, the protector now, wherever they are being erected, kuna 2-3 policemen there. Ukiuliza wanakuambia hao ni kutoka timu ya RCIO, hiyo ni kutoka timu ya Nairobi Command. Uliza OCS, hii askari wana hii billboard for this year, like in 2025,
right,
we banned approval for billboards. But 2025, how many billboards have you seen? New ones, yes. Kuziko.
Very many.
Yeah, so these billboards, hakuna approval.
Someone is just setting them up.
Because for them to be allowed, kuna mtu amelipa 200,000-300,000 for each billboard. You see? So when we allow such kind of things, I said one time that for Nairobi to return to sanity, because Nairobi is the capital city, and the capital city, the sustainers of the capital city is the middle class. The middle class has the knowledge and the understanding and the professional expertise to guide during public participation and even in its legislative assembly. But Nairobi lacks the participation of the middle class in its governance because Kenyan politics is too dirty for their engagement. That's one of the things. The other thing is Nairobi middle class in capital cities, in city counties, they only need MCA na governor. Governor is unreachable for most of the middle class.
Right.
But the MCA is too junior for their engagement level. Unasema uzi ni kanjora tu. Mimi nataka ku engage MP and above.
Yes.
But the MP ana nguvu is town. The legislative nini ya MP, the constituency, haina nguvu sana. Because Nairobi, the capital city, unataka kufanya vitu vya services which are for convenience. The lighting, the roads, the market, the food you eat, you should be tracing it farm to fork. Leo hata ukienda wakulima market, unapata chakula imelalisha chini. The acts guiding agricultural produce does not allow food to be put on the ground. Leave alone the public health regulations.
Yes.
It does not allow food, any food item, to be put on the ground. Lazima ujenge rack.
Yes. Place it on that
rack.
Yes.
Lakini saizi hata ukitoka sasa marikiti, chakula yote imelalishwa chini.
Imetandikwa huko.
Na hapo iko na harufu mbaya na saizi wamechukua lane moja ama mbili za Haile Selassie. You cannot pass that area peacefully. Because we have ignored this and left it kwamba every time we try to bring order is that we are interfering with voters. Si hata nyinyi mwenye who needs order, you're also voters.
Yes.
So why are we saying that we bring in chaos because we are satisfying voters?
So now
Nairobi, the capital city, is a premium space. Why do we not regulate the number of matatus which can get into the capital city? Na tuseme kwamba unajua badala ya kunini hiyo tulete tuwalao kila mtu.
Yes.
As long as they can pay money, kila mtu aingie. The borders, you need to auction the spaces. Tuseme kwamba at any given time, this capital city can only sustain 10 borders, 20, 200, 300, the CBD.
Yeah.
Hii allocations zingine, so tukijua kwamba for you we are allocating spaces, the ones who have been given chance to deliver ama to access the CBD, the public service borders.
Yeah.
You see, mtavaa uniform.
Do we have regulation that can ensure that if enforcement was actually realized, there would be sufficient a legal framework within which that can be done?
Yeah.
Precisely. We do have them. Every county in this country has an act that determines, let's say there's a national one, a 2019 Planning and Implementation Act, which it exists. What Mheshimiwa is describing here is the Kenyan culture of disregarding the law and creating whatever you think will suit your purposes.
Yeah.
We sometimes underestimate the effect of people in authority disregarding the law, calling it names, but disregarding it. You set an example that enhances exactly what we're seeing here. If people in authority and leadership do not adhere to the rule of law, that's it. We've been sold down the drain. Nobody's going to announce it, but they will know we've been given free passage.
Mheshimiwa here has been very vocal about the impeachment of the governor of Nairobi, that is Sakaja.
Yeah.
Hizo plans zimefikia wapi?
No, when we went for the impeachment, I think which month was it? Was it August or July? When before Baba passed on.
Yes.
And we were called and we were told that you're giving him, the governor, a last chance. The president gave us 60 days. Baba wanted 30 days for us to save him. I told you that for you to impeach the Nairobi governor, because of the very many interests, you need to get permission from the principals. And I think even last week, there was a conversation with the president that things are not working in Nairobi. Don't let it go down the drain. Because now the politicians in Nairobi, they are seeing like their political grave has been dug.
Yes.
Especially the MCAs. Because they realize that this governor is not very consistent with whatever he says he's going to do. Even there's an agreement that they signed in front of the president for him to change certain things. The things which are supposed to be changed within 7 days have never been changed. 14 days, 30 days, 60 days. Nothing has been done. Hakuna kitu amebadilisha.
Bona.
He doesn't care. I think
he doesn't care hawezi. There's incapacity.
No, he doesn't care. I think what I believe.
Can he?
Akona hiyo capacity ama like
he can. In our making of the devolution constitution, we made the governor very powerful. You remember?
Is that you're saying as though it's a bad thing?
No, it's not a bad thing. We made the government very powerful.
Yeah.
But the MCAs needed to also have a certain leverage over him, which was not provided because the MPs considered, because they were a very key part of making the constitution, the MPs considered the MCAs to be their competitors.
Okay.
So they weakened that position.
It's like the MPs, the senators consider the MPs to be their competitors.
And the MPs
consider, yes.
Yeah, the MC
consider the senators to be their competitors.
Yeah, and the MPs really cut down the powers of the senators. Now senators became very useless. So you see, so what happens here is that when you want to impeach the Nairobi governor, if you don't get the concurrence of the president and the opposition head or the opposition side, because the good thing is that Baba used to provide a point of focus which you could engage and you agree, because Baba, even when now they disintegrated, the Azimio disintegrated, at the Nairobi County level, they still work as one. We are still together with Jubilee and Wiper. We are still called Azimio.
Yes.
You see, even the committees they were holding, none of them has been removed because walikosana na Baba or anything. We are still Azimio. So if you wanted to engage and Baba called the Azimio team, they would all come. None of them would rebel. And so President would call the Kenya Kwanza team, even the ones who went to Gachagua would come and listen to him.
Okay.
So those two people determine. But because also Nairobi politics give life to the national politics and inspires the national politics, I think these two principles were not very comfortable with starting a high voltage politics in Nairobi and disturbing this. But the reason why I say the governor doesn't want change is that I don't believe that he ever imagined he could make as much money as he's made in Nairobi. I don't ever believe that he could have the kind of powers he has experienced in Nairobi. That, you know, at some point we asked him, that the governor, unajua hizi vitu hata kama una pesa, even you know, like I told him in Kilimanjaro and Kileleshwa, we sat down as the MCS from Dagoretti North and we told him, we can help you, we don't need the revenue. There's something called surrender. If at that point there were 62 developments in Kileleshwa, you are replacing single dwelling units with multiple dwelling units. So a place where you had one house, in half an acre or in 1 acre, unaeka 490 or 450. You see, you're bringing in that volume.
Yeah.
In law, there's something called surrender. You see?
Yes.
So that surrender has not been done. So this surrender, why don't you take this surrender from every unit, every development being done in Kileleshwa and Kilimani and Parklands High Ridge and South Sea, and tell them that we know you cannot surrender physical space, but you can surrender resources towards. Alternative is surrender towards the resources of development Nairobi. Because Nairobi develops, but all public utilities remain behind. All the schools, all the police stations, all the playgrounds.
Yeah.
In fact, like now you hardly find, somebody told Nairobians that you can only make money from built environment. But they didn't believe that also a physical space is, you know, just a space where you get tired and you just want to go and sit in a park like Uhuru Park. We create meaning Uhuru Parks everywhere. We don't do a basketball court, a tennis court, you know, just a path where you can skate,
or
kids
cycle.
can, you know. So we told them, why don't you do this? That guy does not have the patience. Ukimwambia akaona mwanya. He doesn't have the patience to go and ensure that the county benefits from that.
Mheshimiwa, we have literally run out of time. Thank you so much for coming through. But I'll allow you about maybe some 20 seconds to tell us, are you planning to continue with this MCA bid in 2027 ama unataka kuendea kitu kingine tofauti?
Mimi ni MCA. See, mimi ni MCA, and you know, you have to at least if I was to get from MCA to MP,
or even governor or senator.
No, you see, senator ina power because utaenda hapo utakuwa tu kwa microphone kama Sifuna. You see, the challenge is that Sifuna never talks about Nairobi. He only talks about Ruto. That's the challenge I have with him.
Okay.
But you know, he's the key oversight. That sauti peke yake is very important. But I would wish that as we move into the election period, because next year it will be high voltage campaign, then 2027 now, you don't even say that, especially your platform, you know, this is a radio station which serves the people who have gone to, you know, at least have some level of understanding of the happenings in this country. I would wish that people would encourage a good number of us in the professional environment to give Nairobi focus, the engineers, the planners, you know, the environmentalists, because there's also the cutting of trees. People cut trees to replace with billboards. You know, the educations, you know, why is it that close to 72% of education in Nairobi is provided by AFBETs, alternative public, you know, schools which are not government. This should be a public schooling system. We have to build the capacity.
All right.
I think that conversation we can have, and it can benefit us a lot if the middle class comes back to the politics of the county.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you sana, Mheshimiwa. We welcome you again. I know chances are tutaonana, so Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And you guys who are going to Shags, tafadhali, you know, the roads are very bad. na airlines tafadhali msiweke hiyo pesa. City wants to go to Moroni.
Or reduce pay ya ndege.
Bwana saizi Kisumu one way I'm seeing 25. You know 25,000.
Lakini wewe unaweza afford mheshimiwa.
Na wanaelewa. Lakini the good thing with is that they have now started flights from, so if you want to go to holiday in Uganda, there's a flight from Kisumu to Entebbe. Safari Link.
Okay.
This is very interesting. So it's very interesting, yeah.
All right, guys, we're taking a short break. We'll be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba has called on universities to begin early preparations for the first cohort of competency-based education students expected to join universities in 2029. CS Ogamba urged institutions to work closely with the Commission for University Education to develop programs aligned with the competency-based education and training system ahead of the transition. He was speaking during the 14th Kisii University graduation ceremony on Wednesday.
Competency-based education and training will be transitioning to universities in the year 2029. As part of strategic forward thinking, our universities like this one should adequately anticipate and prepare for these transitions. We've already achieved key milestones, such as the alignment of the teacher education programs with the competency-based education framework, and will continue to build the capacity of university staff on the competency-based education.
A man accused of obtaining money by false pretense has been acquitted by Milimani Court after it found out that prosecution failed to prove its case beyond reasonable doubt. Peter Obare has been charged with fraudulently obtaining 2.4 million Kenya shillings from Isaac Nyongesa between January 2019 and March 2021 over an alleged house construction claim. However, the court ruled that the evidence presented did not meet the legal threshold to sustain a conviction.
The second one is having found that the same subject matter is a subject in civil cases. My question would be, what is it that the complainant was not able to do or is not able to prove in the criminal case, in the civil case, that he can now prove in the current criminal proceedings? Commissioner of Police and Director of DCI versus Kenya Commercial Bank 2013. Court of Appeal said, while the law section 193A of the criminal procedure allows the concurrent litigation of civil and criminal proceedings arising from the same issues, and while it is the prerogative of the police to investigate crime, we reiterate that power must be exercised responsibly.
The Engineers Board of Kenya has announced the suspension of all construction activities at a 14-story residential development in Nairobi's Westlands. This follows a partial construction failure at the site as investigations reveal serious breaches of engineering regulations. In a public statement dated December 17, 2025, the board said the incident occurred at a construction site along Donyo Sabuk Avenue off Peponi Road. The project comprises of a 14-floor residential building with 3 basement levels. EBK said the failure involved the partial collapse of 2 shear walls. The national government and county leaders have reached a consensus on both immediate and long-term interventions to address Kenya's escalating drought crisis. This include retooling of key World Bank-funded agriculture projects to focus on urgent relief while building long-term resilience. Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Mutahi Kagwe says the drought response will adopt a whole-of-government approach, treating livestock, crop production, and human livelihoods as a single interconnected system.
We came to discuss those 2 programs and to look at the best ways of ensuring that Kenyans get the most benefit that they can be able to get out of the 2 programs that are largely funded by the World Bank and to make sure that Kenyans will ensure that the money that is coming to the World Bank, from the World Bank, through those two programs, benefits the farmer.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said Wednesday Russia was preparing to wage a new year of war on his country in 2026. This is after his counterpart Vladimir Putin said Moscow will certainly achieve its objectives. The statement was a reaction to Putin, who earlier said Russia will achieve its goals in its Ukraine offensive, including seizing Ukrainian territories it claims as its own. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Nigeria has formally challenged the Democratic Republic of Congo's victory in last month's African World Cup playoff, accusing the Leopards of fielding players who are not eligible to play. The complaint submitted to FIFA comes after Nigeria lost on penalties in Morocco, which handed DR Congo a place in the Intercontinental qualifiers in March. The outcome now determines which teams will claim the final slots for next year's World Cup in Canada, Mexico, and the United States. The Nigeria Football Federation claims the dispute revolves around a set of players who recently changed their international allegiance. Paris Saint-Germain beat Brazilian side Flamengo on penalties to win the Intercontinental Cup final and secure a sixth trophy of the year, with Matvei Safanov saving 4 spot kicks in a row during the shootout. The UEFA Champions League winners followed in the footsteps of European rivals Real Madrid, who last year won the inaugural title, contested by the 6 winners of the Continental Championships. The UEFA Champions League winners get a bye into the final. Kavica Kvaratskhelia opened the scoring for PSG 7 minutes before halftime at the Ali Stadium in Qatar, before Jorginho equalized from the penalty spot in the 62nd minute. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning, my neighbors. Indeed, this is Radio Generation on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa. We are on the international airwaves on rgk.co. Actually, it's radiogeneration.co.ke, but also rgk.co.ke works. So if you are anywhere in the world, whether you are in your house, you're in your matatu, you're in your car heading home or heading to work, you can always log in and we'll be very happy to have you with us. Before we get into this conversation for this hour, a few shoutouts have got to be given. We have my Take 2.2 akisema Sifuna is very popular online. On the ground, mambo ni different. Sifuna is very popular online. City. Sifuna inasemekana from my Take's perspective, he is very, very, very popular online. Lakini pale katika, but see, he was voted by people on the ground. Ama namna gani?
I cannot speak about what my take has said because I do not know where he gets his figures from. But Sifuna is a popular politician.
Yes.
Sifuna...
Online or otherwise.
Yeah, because if you listen to what makes Sifuna popular are the things he says and the manner in which he's able to articulate the position that he holds. Sifuna is the sort of politician whom you could label as somebody who actually relates greatly to issues.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
He is not dramatic.
Yeah.
He doesn't, the drama that many politicians regale us with, you do not find him doing so. Okay? And it's a good thing that we have a politician like Sifuna, because it is people like that who now give us a clear indication of what it is that the voter considers to be a good leader.
Okay.
Because in my opinion, he is a good leader. Yes.
Haya. Ndunya anasema the word you're looking for Trufena is sacrifice. She gave up her time, comfort and dignity for the cause. Okay.
Actually, yes and no. Tree hugging, what we know, essentially there are people who are environmentalists. Okay, the whole saga of tree hugging actually began in India, where this concept actually, people who wanted to save trees specifically, okay, around 1700s, and there were many other Indians who actually went into literally hugging trees, and they were predominantly women.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, it is dramatic, yes.
Yeah.
It is somebody who's willing to sacrifice, yes. But it is a non-violent way of protesting.
Yes.
The drama is useful in that it brings clarity to the picture of what this person is trying to do. Okay? When people think of hugging, they do not envision trees as very good partners for hugging purposes.
Right.
Okay? But the message is clear.
Yeah.
The clarity of it. Now, when Mheshimiwa Lai was talking about the purpose and the focus, I think this particular environmentalist understood exactly what she was doing.
Yes.
She wasn't sort of like trying to guess. She had clarity in her head, and it's clearly something she prepared for. You can't hug a tree for 72 hours because, like, you wake up in the morning and say, today I'm going to hug a tree. No. You plan for it. And it is important because now we know her. Now she's brought in a debate that previously wasn't there. Yes.
And we are talking about her.
Yes.
She actually met the president. She went to State House. She was given head of state commendation. Several other people have come out to support her in different ways. She has holidays paid for her and so on and so forth. So good thing. My question is, hugging a tree for 3 days. Kuna kitu huwa inaitwa haja ndogo na kubwa. Bwana alisurvive aje kitu?
How am I supposed to know?
Exactly. Now I'm just thinking out loud.
And I am just responding.
Out loud, eh?
Yes, exactly. The point is this. If you then want to venture into the Guinness Book of Records,
right,
then we'll have to look at how it is the Guinness Book of Records determines whether you are fit to be in their annals. Okay? How it is you can then be among the people who are recorded as having achieved something of worthy of repute.
Of mention.
Yes, exactly. Repute. No, not just mention. Mention is it rained today, that's mention.
Yeah.
Okay, but this now goes into history as something remarkable, something that previously has not been done, or if it has been done by very few people.
The thing I'm asking again is, for someone who's probably familiar with what happened, or you were there, I don't know. Wakati wa kwenda haja alikuwa anafanya.
The problem is you are thinking of what you would do if you're hugging a tree. You are not her.
I can hug a tree for 72 hours.
No.
Let me finish, City. Before you say no, unasema no to what?
Because you've never hugged a tree, so we do not know if you can hug a tree.
Tulia nikwambie. Nita hug mti, lakini I will need breaks, at the very least toilet breaks. Hizo tu ndizo ninaitisha. Nitaenda nitashikilia hivi, but nahitaji tu nipatiwe nafasi nikimbie pale kwa kale ka ablution block nifanye mambo yangu. Alafu nirudi. Hiyo tu ndio ninaomba.
Then in that case you will not have hugged the tree continuously for 72 hours.
Then there's this issue of chakula. Someone can feed me, yes. You can come to where I'm standing and then niambie fungua mdomo, drop in a chip, drop in a sausage, maybe a samosa,
throw
a
in
smoky.
a chicken while you're at it.
You know what? Actually, let me have chicken.
Thank you very much.
But once that chicken has been digested, I need at one point to visit again that block. So I wonder. So did she eat because I don't know exactly what happened for those 72 hours. Did she eat? Did she drink anything? Did she need a toilet break?
Paul, the hugging of the tree was to raise awareness about the environment. Okay? What she needed to do.
Yes.
That one. Even if you wake up tomorrow morning and begin the conversation, I will not engage you on that one.
Do you know how I would do it though? If I were to do it today?
So now we get to where you're going in the first place. Yes, Paul, how would you do it?
Thank you, City, for that very important question.
Yes.
This is how I would do it. And
yes,
perhaps
Paul,
I'll do it and go more than 72 hours.
Right, yes.
Yeah,
yes,
do it for 96,
yes.
Then I get into that.
Thank you very much. And I'd like you to tell me how you're going to practice hugging of the tree before you get to the actual hugging.
Nitafanya hivi.
Yes.
Davaa diaper.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Good for what?
For me.
Paul.
Yes.
As I said, the point she was trying to make, in my opinion, was made.
Yes.
Okay?
And we're happy for her.
Yes.
Yeah.
And when you're politicians like our president who understand the significance of such things, you identify with it immediately. Yes.
Yeah.
You acknowledge.
But you know what? I also I'm reminded that Trufena is a 22-year-old. There's a lot of things a 22-year-old can do. People who are twice her age, like myself, kidogo itakuwa tricky.
Paul, there's nobody in this country who has ever hugged a tree for even 12 hours that we know of, okay? So forget the age factor. Trufena is a Kenyan who has done something that nobody else has done, whatever age they are at. So as far as her age is concerned, it's not significant in the discussion. She has hugged a tree for 72 hours. Nobody who is older, younger in between her
has
age
done it.
has ever done it.
Okay.
Period.
Sawa City.
Yes.
Do you know what I can do for 72 hours though?
Yes, I know.
I can rave for 72 hours.
That much I know. When I said I know.
Nikianza Friday.
Monday.
Aya, David amesema ask imeenda hapo message. Ask a lie, hiyo 500 alikuwa anauliza ilikuwa ya nini? 500. Unfortunately he has left, but yeah, we'll ask him next time. Shureim anasema 411. Okay. Robert Koros anasema CTN Mungala, Guten Morgen. Learning a lot from Honorable Alai on affairs of Nairobi and its leadership. I have learned a lot about just leadership in this country of ours. Forget Nairobi. So Anduthi, good morning. How are you doing? Christopher Owora amesema, I think it's time for Nairobi MCAs to impeach the governor of Nairobi, or rather the governor. Nairobi is stuck.
Why do they want to impeach the governor?
Anasema, this is according to Christopher Owora.
Yes, and I'm asking, why do they want to impeach the governor?
Because he's saying Nairobi is stuck.
Nairobi was stuck before this particular governor came in.
Yeah, so he remember he told us lazima iwak akituonesha ngumi mbwekse hivi.
Look, that gentleman, whatever that mbwekse means.
Yeah, mbwekse means two.
All right, this particular gentleman is a politician, all right? If I'm to go by what Mheshimiwa Lai was talking about here, so this man has accumulated a lot of wealth. There is no business that he conducts that we know of. I don't know of any industry that he runs. I don't know of any value that he has created in time, whether he's producing chewing gum, whether he's producing earbuds. I don't know. But I don't know.
It's okay.
So when someone tells me Nairobi County doesn't have money, I only need to look at the people who run Nairobi County, and from everything I hear, they become wealthier. So that's where the wealth goes to. It doesn't go to the Nairobians who contribute it in terms of the levies and taxes and what have you, so that their lives can be improved.
Okay.
So when someone says they want to impeach the governor, a question I have to ask, what for?
Robert Koros amerudi amesema, hate him or love him, Honorable Alai is very knowledgeable, especially on matters policy and governance.
If the MCAs did not align themselves or did not do what our members of parliament do, as in you have the powers given to you by the constitution, but you keep finding excuses not to use that power, and you're always blaming someone because they have influenced you, and yet it is you as agreed to be influenced. My friend.
Yes.
That one, the pot calling the kettle black. No. There is no MCA who's going to tell us that the governor is some rotten cabbage who should be thrown out. It is their job to oversight the governor.
Niko na swali. There's something that Muhesh has said here in regards to the power dynamics within Nairobi. Because everyone has got an interest. All 3,000 plus individuals who have got some semblance of power in this country have vested interest in this Nairobi. Don't you think that plays a lot into how the governor?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That gives you a perfect excuse for not doing what you're supposed to do. That's what it does. Yes, and helps you kick the can down the road.
Okay.
So it is moved from you, to move from the governor now to the people who have influence within the city.
Yes. Mimi city naweza taka upatiwe hiki kiti siku moja tu.
Nifanya nao nini?
Umanage vitu tuone utamanage vipi. Si za Nairobi.
Have I claimed to be in a position where I'm able to manage these things better?
I didn't say that. I've just said I'd like you to be in that situation.
Why would you wish?
You can come and tell us.
Why would you wish me such ill?
Oh, it's an ill.
My friend, this city, this county.
Yes. All right. It is now 23 minutes past 8 o'clock. In studio, we have our guest. We want to talk about enhancing road safety and, of course, traffic management during the festive season. We do have the manager road safety programs at NTSA, Samuel Musumba. Samuel, welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you so much. Sorry, we got lost somewhere along the way.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
There's some small traffic in between here. We thank God we're here.
Wahenga walisema better late than never.
Sure.
Yes. Welcome. Let's get straight into it. NTSA obviously has a lot of work cut out for it during this festive season. Maybe you can just give us a brief overview of some of the plans, mikakati ambayo NTSA imeweka to ensure that road users are safe.
Absolutely. And thank you. This December, which is the festive period, we expected what is happening now. Out of travel, quite a lot of people not traveling. Roads are so busy and all that. So we did come up with a plan, a very robust plan, way back before December, because we knew this will happen one way or another. And this time it was very unique because we invited every stakeholder on board. We thought, I think we've been doing things just on our own, sometimes with police alone, but we said, hey, let's have everybody, on board. We invited even the transporters themselves and speed governor dealers, name them.
Yes.
Road agencies and many other organizations. The whole idea behind it was that we look at this problem as Kenyans, first of all, and look at what will be the challenges during this time. Then how prepared shall we be?
Yeah.
And so we cut out a couple of things. One was that we said we look at every vehicle that hits that road. Is it compliant?
Yeah.
Is it roadworthy? To be on that road. Because at this time is when you see even vehicles that you thought had died stating now, coming on the roads. People have never traveled for a very long time, for long distances. This is the time now you will see them coming up with, vehicles. Alongside that, we of course knew that these travels sometimes tempt people to carry so much to the village from Nairobi. So tendencies to overload these vehicles also will be in. I don't know why people like traveling, heavily, going to the village. So we thought that also will be. We caution, motorists on overloading and even passengers from boarding, such vehicles. Alongside that, of course, a very enhanced enforcement program as well, just to check on those compliance issues, check also on speeding issues, use of alcohol as people are driving. People these days are very interesting. They actually drink as they are driving.
Yes, yes.
Very, very interesting scenarios. And so that is already in place. Enforcement, which is again joint enforcement.
Yeah.
So we thought, let's have most bodies, everyone coming on the road and see how do we enforce this. So we are doing that, including the road agencies, by the way. They also check on the axle loads. That's Kenha. The highway patrols are also now not police alone, not ourselves alone, but even Kenha now they're also doing those patrols.
Yes.
So it's like everybody there. Part of the program also was to look at the incidences now. In the event that this happens, then what do we do? How do we respond? So we also pulled in the emergency responders, St. John Ambulance, Red Cross, and then many other, private responders on these highways. And of course, we had already identified the black spots, areas that we thought this will be really serious. So all those areas now, we've deployed ambulances. We've deployed even community responders, along those highways. So to ensure should this happen, then what do we do?
Yeah.
So that also is happening, on those roads. But importantly, it is the information that we really send out there.
Yes.
To every motorist. How are you traveling? Would you do it differently than you have done before? You've been in Christmas, all of us have been traveling, but this time can we do it a bit differently? You just plan your journey so that we avoid even the night travels, because nights have become so dangerous now. Are we able to do it better? Maybe during the day. Are we able to start our journeys early so that we don't have to rush in between here? You are speeding, you are, learning discipline everywhere, the things that we are seeing now, all that. So all this information, we did send it out there, cautioning everyone on these roads that please just be careful, just be vigilant yourself and be able to see that we arrive home safely.
Yeah.
The jams that have been there before, Limuru side, as you go into Naivasha, those jams, people have slept on these roads many years.
Sure.
So we thought, that happens because of what? We don't plan ourselves. 24th in the morning, you want to hit the road. 24th midnight, you want to hit the road. 25th, you want to hit the road. Why won't you do it a bit, differently?
Yeah.
So all this information is out there. And part of our program is really to remind ourselves that, look, it's becoming so dangerous. The numbers, when we look at them, they're scaring now. We already hit 4,700 already.
Yes.
You can imagine.
Yeah.
Those are lives lost. But, a day when you lose 18 people just like that.
Something that could have been avoided.
Something that could have been avoided.
Yeah.
It becomes really scary. So that is something that we really... this information, we're pushing it out there and say, hey, look, can we be able to do things, differently? Some of the incidents that have happened actually out of stalled trucks, like the Easy Coach incident that happened in Nakuru just the other day. We lost one person and so many injuries. This bus actually hit a stalled truck, And this is the information that we had passed on to the truck companies, that once you realize your truck has stalled, please secure the place as much as possible. Make it as loud as it can get, even if it means putting a torch or whatever it is, just to caution the other motorists that, hey, look,
there's something ahead. Yeah,
there's something ahead here. But this guy didn't do that. Remember, it was also raining. It's raining actually this month as well.
Yes.
So you can imagine what this bus driver did not see. Perhaps he just didn't see in the rain. So he swerves on the right and then hits this truck. So we have told the truck companies that once your truck stalls, please secure the area, but also make sure that you remove this truck as fast as it can get. So that you don't again cause more trouble to other motorists as well. And even for the private vehicle drivers. I'll tell you, it's interesting as you drive along this road, and I've done that the other day all the way to Nakuru and all that. Even stalled private vehicles, suddenly you realize, you see a guy pulling the bonnet up and like, what is happening?
On the road?
On the road. At what point do you notice your gari imechemuka? That means you just didn't look at this vehicle.
Yeah, you didn't check the engine, the oil, the water.
No, you didn't service the vehicle.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Driving your vehicle in town, it'll respond in one way. You take it out and put it on the highway.
It's a
completely different ball game. Yes.
It's different. Because you're used to these short distances here.
The vehicle will behave well.
Kuna watu hata hawaekangi maji kwa radiator, hawaekangi coolant, hawajui the last time ilisavisiwa, so hawajui oil situation iko namna gani. And now those are the problems that we're facing. Yeah.
And the guy can't even explain it. Imefanya nini?
Gasket imeungua.
Imechemuka. And you're like, really? Then you just didn't plan your journey.
Yes.
This is a long journey. You expect many things to happen on that road. Plan it very well before you leave your house. In fact, we're telling people, plan with your family. Fatigue does not start from the road. Fatigue starts from your bedroom.
Yeah.
How many hours have you slept? Are you ready for this? Are you fit to drive? Are you fit to hit that road? And even now we're even telling people, hey, look, the best food now, not the one you eat on those roads. Prepare something from the house.
Yeah.
Carry it. And even as you pack your bags, ask yourself, I'm going home for how many days? 3-4 days. Why should I carry a whole suitcase of many clothes that I've never even used?
Yeah.
Then you overload this vehicle, These are the many things that we're just reminding ourselves. Let's do it differently than we have done before. Part of also the other part of the plan is we've now joined hands with the judiciary, and you saw the CJ announcing the other day because we are members of the NCAJ.
Yes.
Part of the programs we have there are the mobile courts. Why are we putting mobile courts on our major highways near police stations and all that? We really want to ensure that even if you have violated the law, we don't have to keep you there. We process your case as fast as it can, and you proceed.
Cities for the idea you need to inconvenience me so that tomorrow I do not repeat that mistake.
So this man seems to think that the law exists so that you can negotiate with it.
No.
And this was my point. If you have broken the law, start with acknowledging I have broken the law.
Absolutely.
he wants suppositions, but what?
Tuongee, tuelewane.
No, unajua si kulala vizuri. Look, all that may pertain, but you've broken the law. Okay, so let's move on from that point onward. Someone, I want to ask a question.
Inconvenience me kabisa.
Someone, I want to ask a question.
Yes,
Our listeners may want to understand, what is the mandate of NTSA?
Thanks, City. I know people have mistaken us for police. Some even call us watu alkoblo, you know.
Actually, hiyo ndio kitu tunajulikana nayo. NTSA inakuanga ya alkoblo.
Alkoblo, I know that. But we are a government institution formed not so long ago, 2012, through an act of parliament. The whole idea of our formation was to manage and coordinate issues around the road transport sector, purely road transport. We don't do rail, we don't do air. Some people even ask us, in Ndege, one time Ndege will crash somewhere. Ndege imeanguka hapa, where's the NTSA? We don't do that. Just ours is roads. So we look at how do we make our road transport system, one, efficient, affordable, accessible, and safe to every road user in this country. So how do we do that? Then we go into now looking at what hits our roads, the vehicles. Are they roadworthy? If you are doing transport business, matatu or whatever, then we also license you. Taxi, we actually license you to operate. Other than that, again, we look at even the drivers. So we're the ones who license those schools that train those drivers and then license the same drivers to be on our roads. Apart from that, again, we look at those vehicles in terms of roadworthiness. So we do the inspection. That's why we push for inspection. In fact, the new law that we are now coming up with is even your private vehicles now will be inspected. Because we are realizing people, like now, some vehicles actually are supposed to be on those roads. They look so bad. So we also are now looking at how do we control that, standards and all that, even the piki-pikis and all that. So we do a lot of that. Your vehicles, when you import a vehicle in this country, we register it. We give you a license plate for you to operate in this country. And now we're issuing very new, very fancy, plates, the new generation plates. Okay, very good for people.
So if I want to change my old number plate, I can come to you to get a new one.
Absolutely,
the new generation one. Yes.
Just apply here on your eCitizen, and we're able to give you a new one. Actually, come next year, we'll be now completely phasing the old ones out because the uptake has been very good. Kenyans actually love it. They say, wow, when you park somewhere and you have that number plate, it looks so nice. Also, in terms of security, this one is more secure. It even has a QR code. You can scan and see the details of your car and all that. But the other one was more of a, for lack of a better word, manual. We used to do it at the committee. Those guys used to.
It used to be made
just by hand. And that's where guys would even go and duplicate it. You had stories of double registration and all that. When Dusit happened, we were taken to court. We were saying, hey, you gave out two same numbers.
Similar.
But it was not that. Because every car that comes to this country has a chassis. And your chassis number of your car is different. You tamper with even just one digit on your chassis number, then that's a new car.
Okay.
Totally different. And that's what people forget. So when we realize that these vehicles have like similar number plates, then we say, okay, let's go to the chassis. Then we do a tape lift. And that's where the DCI now will come for you and say, you got to leave wapi, you got to go wapi. So it takes that information together. So that is also part of
your mandate
of what we do. But we don't construct roads. People think they ask us roads.
Hiyo umetwambia ni ya Kenha.
Hiyo ni ya Kenha. All as we do is we have a department that we actually plug in like a software. As we look at the issues on the road and then advise. So what we do is inspection.
Good. Now, do you actually have the manpower to actually do the inspections? There's a reason why I'm asking the question. Now, we are in this season where everybody wants to travel and everyone wants to go in a particular direction. I am certain you have the data that informs you with clarity what happens during this period, roads that are more congested, the periods when people travel more. This issue of cars stalling in the middle of the road and not being able to be moved, and therefore providing an opportunity for these horrific accidents that we keep seeing. The collaboration you have with the police who manage traffic on the roads, talk to us about it, because if a car stalls, it should be moved out of the road.
Absolutely.
Okay? Or they should be, even if it's those branches people like breaking to put on the side of the road or behind the cars, because you will see the branch. Or they put stones, you will see the stones and you will slow down.
You will drive over them sometimes.
That will stop you. Because some people,
they break your sump and it's your axle. Sometimes it's crazy, but continue.
Yes. my question is the coordination with the police service to ensure safety. How do you work that out?
As the regulator, ours mostly is to we look at more policy and be able to advise even on the same. But also as a regulator, you can't be coming up with policy and regulations and then you don't even go out to say, but are they working? For example, many of the institutions come out and do that. KRA does that. You say, lipa ushuru tujitegemea. But once in a while they come and say, but Mbuvi, are you paying?
Yeah.
They want to see.
True.
So as we do that, we are not police per se, but we come in to support these enforcement agencies, particularly now to push the laws and that policy in that direction. In fact, what we've been doing is to offer technical support to the police. Like police will just look at the vehicle and say, based on what? So we're saying, hey, can we leverage on technology? There's an app here. Check. It's this and that. Is it okay? You can check in the system. Your DL, I don't have to harass you. Give me your DL. Just give me your ID number.
ID.
I'll key in. I'll say, city has a valid DL. So I don't have to really push you around, right? Even insurance now, Aki and other insurance companies, they have given us their
database.
Their database.
I saw sometime a policeman just checked my license. My license plate, and then they told me, uko sawa.
They actually even come and pick you from the crowd. It's very easy. Because
how do they do that? How do they actually do that? Because I saw them stopping random vehicles and like tumescan yako
haina. Let me not tell you the trick.
I told you, leveraging on technology.
Quite easy. Just 5 cars. City's car has expired.
So they don't have to keep on coming to look at the windscreen.
No. Let me see it.
Okay.
Yeah. They even QR codes now. Just
scan.
This car has a problem. So that is the level. But also now, the law gives us also some powers to do certain things. For example, prohibition from that vehicle moving. That's why you'll see us plucking your plates off. Particularly, we'll prohibit that vehicle if at all, for example, the speed governor.
Does the law allow you to pluck my number plate?
Yes.
It does.
Prohibition.
Yes.
So
once you plug my plate, I now cannot move.
You can't move. We have mobilized you. That vehicle realized the speed governor, for example, is not working. It has serious mechanical issues. You're actually a danger to yourself and other materials. So we say, hey, let's immobilize you. But what Kenyans do sometimes, you give them a warning, for example, they still go on. You give them a cash bill, they will still move on this road. So we say, hey, look here, it's risky, so don't move. So we'll prohibit you for some time until you sort out this. That's how we actually come in. Including cases now of alcohol.
Yeah.
What we do is we support police to check, alcohol in your system and see are you fit to drive. Actually, the question we always ask ourselves: are you fit to drive? Because when you drink and drive, you actually expose yourself to so many risks. One is you realize that most drunk drivers are the ones speeding. See how they leave the parking, but they are booze. A guy will leave you at even 50, reversing at 50 or even 60. Crazy. Drunk drivers mostly don't belt up. Majority are the ones that get on call. You wonder what they're talking about. Guy is here, he's here, and it exposes them to a lot of risks. Majority of drunk drivers sometimes even forget to put on the lights. And they'll tell you, gari najua nyumbani, don't mind, I'll arrive home. Somehow by the grace of God, they arrive home. But so risky again, that kind of thing. Yeah. So we come in and say, hey, can we test and see? So the law again gives us a power to actually even caveat your license.
What does that mean?
Cancel your license. We allow you to go to court.
Yes.
But again, we say, you see, you are so risky. We allow you back to go on the road after some period.
What are the circumstances that would bring about you putting that caveat on someone's license?
On a license. For example, now you are this repeat offender. You've caused death. Hate. You caused an accident and then killed people. So we will actually pull it off from you. Right now, you had CJ announcing that there will be now instant fines. Now, the instant fine system is such that it's so digital, by the way. Once the cameras pick out your vehicle, you are violating and all that, then we'll subject you to an instant fine. You have to pay through a system, either M-Pesa or swipe your license and all that. So as you do that, on the back end, as we receive it as a violation, then that violation goes into a system where there are points, the demerit points system. So it chops off your points. So, and the only cumulatively about 20 points. Different violations to 20 points.
Yes.
So should you lose all the 20, then we remove your license.
Completely forever?
No, 6 months.
Yeah.
Suspension.
Yes.
Then you have to go back to school. And then now reapply again for that
license.
Or a refresher training course. And then we give you another opportunity to
Is there
drive.
an age at which you do not allow people to have licenses? Because without a license, you actually can't drive.
No, you can't. Completely no. We can't allow.
So what is the age at which you tell someone, Dani, tufanya hivi?
Don't drive again.
City anauliza this question for himself.
Of course, 18 you drive.
Maximum
now,
age?
We have not really put a maximum age, but what we have put in our regulations is, and within the new curriculum for driving, is that once you hit 60, you'll be renewing your license every year, not the 3 years. So every year you renew. As you renew every year, we'll be asking you for a medical report. But people will take us to court and say, hey, you want to know my private life. It's not about knowing what really you're going through. But as it comes to us as just a report like any other, but we're looking at it from a safety point of view. So we'll advise you and say, now that you've hit 60, avoid speed. Please do your moderate speed. That means what? Plan your journey early, do your 80, 60, utafika. 2, we also want to advise you also on night travels, because your eyesight now is
not as good as it was.
Well, it was. You have developed again. Bodies as they get old, you develop issues, sugar, arthritis, pressure, and all that. So we tell you, acha makasiriko kwa barabara. Don't go into that. Then we also advise even on the ergonomics of your car, because at our ages now, you realize if you sit on a chair, well, this is okay a bit, but even the way our vehicles are, you straight kind of thing,
posture,
and you do more than 3 hours, 4 hours. By the time you come out, you have back issues. We have now drivers who are suffering from back issues and even turned into spinal injuries and all that. So we advise and tell you now, the car you should even buy. You see, at your retirement, you want this very comfortable life.
Yes.
Very comfortable car. You can do off-road comfortably. I always tell people, and I joke a lot, I tell people, which is the reality. At a certain age, please buy a car that you climb in. Not a car you struggle to enter, unajikujanisha a car like this. Well, and at 60, I saw a friend of mine, he retired and he's buying a Vitz in gari retirement. A Vitz? that small car? I wouldn't even advise you to go for even that low of a Mercedes. You know, it is so low for your blessing here to go down.
Unataka nunue Hilux kwenda juu.
You climb in. You don't struggle to. And then now, even we're advising even drivers that, look, even that car where you sit, which is like your cockpit.
Yes.
Make it as comfortable as it can get. Buy these smooth pillows that people now are on the market, very comfy. You relax. There are also this neck, they're called, they're like neck pillows. We clear here. You drive comfort. Enjoy driving.
Okay.
You don't stress yourself when you're driving.
Nataka turudi hapo kwa alcohol block kidogo.
Of course you would.
Turudi hapo kwa alcohol block kidogo. There's that thing that you blow into. Okay, first of all, there was some drama before in terms of the legality during President Uhuru's time, and then now I'm not even sure whether it's something legal, illegal, or like what is the status of alcohol on our roads?
Yeah, we had an issue. I agree with you, and we were told, hey, don't go to the roads anymore. Leave it to the police and all that.
Yes,
actually, there's a very thin line between a regulator and a prosecutor. As we have the regulation,
yes,
which is supposed to be used to prosecute you in court.
Yes.
But the people who take you to court is not us. It's the police who have the prosecutory powers. That's now where the difference is.
Okay.
So the alcohol law we are administering, we were doing it as a regulator administratively. But the guys who are to take you to court,
yes, the police.
You end up in the cells. You end up in in court.
Okay.
But now, when we were taken to court, the argument was, it's not bad because the traffic law says don't drink and drive.
Yeah.
But it does not give further details
as to how that will be determined.
You remember the time we used to subject people to drama, stand with one leg, do some funny movement here and there.
Okay.
People took us to court and said, how can a whole city, for example, I tell him, jump like a frog here. I want to see how you
on one foot.
On one foot. I want to see whether you're drunk.
Well, maybe in that case you'd say jump like an old frog.
So that was so bad.
Yeah.
So the court asked those questions. The how. The court also asked in terms of the limits.
Yes.
Because the kind of limits we were using was saying 0.35 milligrams of alcohol in your system. Very small quantities. You know, when you drink, alcohol comes out. The effect comes out through
your breath,
urine, and also blood.
Yes.
But in this country, we have not advanced the level of where we can actually take you in the night to hospital and determine your alcohol in the blood and all that. So we subject you to a breath test.
Breathalyzer now.
Exactly.
Yes.
Even urine is also medical and all that. So the court was saying, as a country, which are our limits? Many countries have different limits. You go to Germany, they tell you, take this a bit, you can still drive. They allow that. For PSV vehicles, we were saying it's 0.00. But for private, we're saying 0.35, which is small quantities. And that became so difficult for us to determine in court. People would even argue, how many beers are those?
Sure.
How many beers are those? But also, the effects of beer, for you to get drunk, also is determined sometimes by sex, by... and second, I mean male or female.
Your physiology, basically.
Physiology,
right.
The guys were so big that
anaweza kunywa mzinga peke yake na ako
tu sawa. The level of hydration and all that. So all these things. So we were taken back to go back to the drawing board or that law, which we did. We subjected it to public participation. Kenyans gave their views. So it's actually just awaiting now the gazettement of that. But and that's how we a bit like pulled out a bit because the law now is us going to court, not any other person.
Okay.
But for the police, they still administer it now.
Oh, this is now the police. This is not NTSA.
No, it's the police who are doing that. So when you see those roadblocks with alcohol law, it's actually the police who are doing that, and they're able now to use the traffic law to determine and say you cannot be able to drive. So, weka kando, you'll go to court and this kind of thing.
Okay.
So it's still out there, but once it's gazetted, then we should be able to
Implement.
fully implement.
Yeah. Because I met them about a month ago on some road, and nikasema alcohol imerudi. Okay. So clearly it's ongoing.
Yeah,
okay.
Actually they invoke the traffic law, which is just don't drink and drive.
Yeah.
That's how they look.
And you're right, because you said different people react to alcohol differently. Because I remember in one of my classes, because I studied biotechnology, and I remember in one of our classes we were being taught about even people who are genetically predisposed differently to how they process alcohol. For example, people of Asian origin, they get drunk faster. So assuming this is the measure of alcohol, if they were to take this whole cup and I as an African takes this cup, they will be drunk faster than I would be intoxicated. Exactly.
Yes.
So that again, we and I think now more research needs to go into this so that we can have a set of laws that work for us as opposed to using others that don't necessarily,
Paul, you see what I meant? There's this understanding of what we think the enforcement of this law is, and we respond to it as though it's an invasion on our privacy. What does NTSA do to inform the public about these things so that we actually understand that you're not trying to inconvenience us?
You're actually helping us.
Yeah, you don't see alcohol blow in the morning. No, you see it in the evening. Why? Because our culture is people drink in the
evening.
Yes. Okay.
Yet we have drunk drivers in the day.
Yes, we do. But the vast majority of people who drink is after work.
Yes.
During the holiday period,
it's worse.
It's worse because then people are not going to work, so they could actually be drunk in the daytime. But getting people to understand the purpose for which these things are done and why. Because every time I hear mention of alcohol, people react violently.
True.
It's as though this person is causing you harm, and yet the opposite is what is intended. How do you get the public to actually be in tandem with your purposes so that they actually understand NTS is not trying to make our lives difficult? No.
I agree with you, Siti, that really we need to do even much more in terms of awareness. We come up with these laws, but there is more need to package our programs, particular awareness programs, so that people start understanding. It's not about, I'm not against you. By the way, we are not even happy to arrest people. I would rather 100 people get home safely than arrest 100 people. That my KPI will be better than that one. So we are doing campaigns regularly, and we are happy you people really support us a lot. Such platforms, we are able now to reach out to many Kenyans around. We also even have targeted programs where we reach out to the drivers themselves and tell them this is this is that, wananchi and all that. But I agree with you that really we need to do much more in terms of awareness. Our challenge as a people, this country, when it comes to issues law and even now the road safety regulations, is behavior. Just the way we behave. 90% of our problems is just the way we behave, and we tend to, I would say, sort of forget so fast. Either it's just maksudi, or we do it, I don't know, unknowingly, but we forget so much. I'll tell you, the areas we've put speed limits of 50 with Mombasa Road, thickest highway, the areas we put 50, there are even areas that we were pushed to the level of now even putting 110. But what do people do? They still move beyond that. Then you ask them, but you have been using this road for the last 1 year. Mkubwa si kuona bana. Manisame, pole, tuongee, that language. So we as a people, I think it's, I don't know, we tend to behave like we are too busy.
Okay, let me ask the question.
To know
why not just move that speed limit to 150?
But there's a reason why it's 50 here, 110 there.
No. I'm going somewhere with this. Yes. There's a reason why I'm asking the question, okay? You have a car that ile dial inaonyesha 120, inaonyesha 300 or 280. Okay, your mind tells you the whole purpose is to try and get to that 280. Okay, now the education I'm speaking of reminds me of the education we gave people regarding HIV in the airwaves. But if I leave HIV, which scared the hell out of very many people, if I look at the foodstuffs and the way they are advertised, or soft drinks, you have a radio. If you're traveling and your radio is on, there'll be adverts you're listening to throughout, because they intervene unless if it's on radio. So if it is on a soft drink, chances are when you make a stop, that soft drink that is being advertised is the one you likely ask for, even if you don't ordinarily drink it. Now, the question I'm asking is, when it comes to road safety, is it possible for issues of road safety to also be advertised in a similar manner, so that if you're on radio, you're going to hear it?
And I agree with you. Actually, that is the concentration we should put to this, and that is really the level. But I'll tell you what we have gone through, city in this country for the longest is road safety matters are taken like not so serious.
There are suggestions.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Today, a bus will go down with about 40 people. Then it will be news today a bit. By lunchtime, a politician does something, just something that we all know. It will be more news than
that accident.
Absolutely.
That killed 40 people.
Imagine.
That one is not Kenyan. That is us, the media. It is us who do that. Yes.
So you can imagine how we will put that. And even now, when it comes to the political, the politicians now, you hardly hear even their campaigns, them talking about safety issues. So it has been down there. We are happy around this time that through the Ministry of Education, now road safety is being taught in schools. The new curriculum, the CBC, we are able to put it there. So our children, grandchildren, actually are going to learn about this. We are seeing a future. I think that is going to be a game changer. Two, also now, last year, we took it up to the level of the president himself. He did agree to launch a national plan, which is running for the next 5 years. And it was interesting that as we were able to bring this to their attention, they realized as a country, we are losing a lot. Lives lost. But even to the economy, do you know these road issues, the accidents that we're seeing, the deaths, are costing now this country up to 8.2% of our GDP. Last year alone, 2024, there was about 1.3 trillion shillings lost because of this problem. What goes into medical, what goes into the infrastructure, and all that. The compensations put together, then the lives affected and all that, costing us up to that. So it all, look here, we can change this conversation. This is a hole which is being plugged into our economy. It's a loss. How do we turn this conversation into an investment? Very simple. Save these lives.
Okay.
How do we save these lives? Let's now go into these campaigns, these programs now, make things work.
Samuel, unfortunately, we've come to the end of the show. But I'd like to invite you back, even if it's early next year. Let's come and take stock of what we have saved, or rather what we have done, and the impact that the NTSA is having. But most importantly, perhaps tuongee juu hii mambo ya PSA, these public service announcements. And I believe that perhaps the way we advertise betting, the way we advertise alcohol and cigarettes, if only we were to do the same with road safety or transport safety, perhaps we'd be seeing a better country.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Nasalimia watu wa NTSA. Takuja kuwatembelea huko.
Please come.
Yes.
Tufanye biashara.
What is that one message you have for Kenyans in this season?
I want to ask Kenyans that our roads now have become so busy. They are telling a new story, and the story is so painful because we are seeing even deaths on our roads. Please plan your journey very, very well. Live early. Avoid those speeding on that road. It is now becoming so risky. If we can plan ourselves, the better. On that road, we are seeing a lot of lane discipline and all that. Please just observe that. Just be on your lane. We get home safely. I want just to remind ourselves that the best gift you can give to your family today It's not the amount of food, the clothes you're taking home, but you being alive. We shall celebrate you more and more, many years to come, if you are alive, than if you come in a coffin.
Thank you. All right. We had so many questions on YouTube, guys. Unfortunately, that's the time. But tumemu-invite arudi hapa. NTSA mtarudi, si ndio?
Tarudi, we're here.
Sawa.
Yeah.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Transport CS Davis Chirchir has underscored the severe economic and social burden of road accidents in Kenya, warning that crashes may be costing the country as much as 800 billion every year. He noted that the losses estimated at around 5% of the national gross domestic product are too costly for the economy and too devastating for families. The CS added the consequences of road accidents go well beyond monetary losses, leaving countless families shattered by injury and death.
I think road carnage is really one area we are struggling with, and we're going to arrest. Road carnage is quite expensive. For economists, we have computed road carnage to cost anything up to 5% of GDP. So you can imagine that's about 800 billion cost to the economy. When we lose our loved one on the roads, it's quite expensive. When families are devastated and they don't have their breadwinners.
The National Authority for Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse has seized thousands of bottles of illicit alcohol and arrested 2 suspects. This follows a multi-agency enforcement operation in Mai Mahiu and Kijabe towns. The operation, conducted on Wednesday, involved Nakada enforcement officers working alongside the National Police Service after residents raised concerns over the sale of illicit alcoholic drinks in Kijabe. According to Nakada, officers first arrested a woman who was selling Ugandan coffee flavored vodka from a residential house in Kijabe. The Ministry of Education has announced that placements for grade 10 candidates who sat the Kenya Junior Secondary Education Assessment will be released on Friday, December 19th. Basic Education PS Julius Bitok said the school selection exercise is currently ongoing, adding that learners who wish to change their preferred schools or pathways will have an opportunity to revise their choices from December 23rd. He further noted that senior schools are fully prepared to receive the first cohort under the competency-based curriculum in January 2026.
To be able to know which schools and pathways they have been placed, a learner sends their assessment number to the number 22263, and there then instantly they will be able to know which schools and pathways they have been placed starting Friday this week. If they don't like the pathways, or if their results are not in agreement with the pathways they chose, they'll be given an opportunity starting on the Tuesday 23rd to revise their pathways and be able to get into pathways of their interest.
President William Ruto has signaled the possibility of a coalition between the United Democratic Alliance and the Orange Democratic Movement as the country looks ahead to the 2027 elections. Addressing crowds in Migori County during the Pinyi Luo Festival, the president said the two parties may pursue both pre-election and post-election cooperation. He also called on ODM leaders to close ranks and reinforce the party's grassroots base.
Mimi nilikuwa mwanafunzi wa kwanza katika darasa la Raila Amolo Odinga. Hata mimi kuwa rais, yeye amechangia sehemu kubwa. Na sababu hiyo ndio nimesema chama ya ODM lazima mujipange, musimame imara. Tunataka a strong ODM ndio tuweze kupanga mambo ya uongozi wa Kenya pamoja. Kwa sababu ni sehemu ya Kenya, tutahakikisha ya kwamba hiyo sehemu kwa mbinu zote, mbinu za diplomasia, na mbinu zingine zote, tutahakikisha kwamba wananchi wetu hawaangaishwi na askari wa nchi zingine.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
You are absolutely right. We are the home of hard truths and bold insights. The time right now is 9.5 minutes past 9 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi and I'm with CT in the studio, just refueling with some H2O. CT, you have enjoyed that conversation with the NTSA, haven't you?
There is a reason why you're putting words in my mouth.
No, you did. Nimeona kuna maswali ulikuwa unauliza specifically. Nikasema huyu jamaa kuna agenda alikuanga nayo.
The reference point I think you're making is when I asked about the age limit beyond which somebody is not allowed to have a driving license. Is that not what
Not only that, but yes. That's part of it.
You must be bold, Paul. If you want to say yes, that's what I want to do. Just say yes. Don't be diplomatic. Well, I was thinking, but no. Yes, the conversation about driving for me is of interest because I actually like driving. I actually enjoy driving.
Yes.
And he was right. As you get older, certain things that you took for granted, you no longer can. Okay? Your body, the wear and tear that age brings upon your body is significant. Your reaction time, the way you... There are very many things that are not quite what they were when you're youthful.
Your reaction to anger, road rage.
Yes. Road rage dissipates completely. If somebody's behaving badly on the road, you just slow down and let them continue with their madness.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
It is you who will want to compete with them on the road.
Yeah.
Yes.
This morning in this hour, we want to talk about inside the Sovereign Wealth Fund Bill. In case you're wondering what that is, well, welcome to the conversation. We do have Halima Ali. She's an energy and natural resource lawyer. And also she's aspiring to be the LSK Nairobi representative. She's an aspirant as far as that is concerned. Halima, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Asante sana.
Let's just start by asking what this bill is all about. We started hearing about it a couple of days ago, but now the conversation has literally taken speed. Just give us an insight into what this whole sovereign fund is all about.
Correct. Thank you for asking that question. This bill is majorly about management of our natural resources, the use of these natural resources for the present generation and for the future generations. So it's basically governance and management of what we are collecting, what we call resource rent. The income from this, whether it is the minerals we are mining, whether it is the petroleum. And for some other countries, the bracket is quite wide because the natural resources are not just about mining and the petroleum sector. We have wildlife. We have a lot of people who are visiting our parks. Of course, we have a fund, but how are we also managing these proceeds for the future generation and the current generations? But for the sovereign the wealth bill, they have limited it to the mining sector and petroleum. So, yes, it's going to be about majorly the governance of this.
You want us to include every other resource in there because you've mentioned, for example, our parks, the things that people come and see, our natural resources, our lakes, our rivers, and so on.
Yes. For me, I will say we hope the government will also give due attention to these other sectors because they form part of the natural resources, because we also need to manage them. We also need accountability and transparency for the proceeds we are gaining from these sectors. And we also want to see these funds being set aside and developed for future use, so that also the kids who are going to come, they're able to share these resources.
Yeah.
They're able, we are preserving the Amboseli, we are preserving, these are our heritage, and they form part of the natural resources. Yeah.
We've had these resources ever since.
Yes.
We've had them because they've been here. It's not like we imported them and then we planted. So in your opinion, why do you think this is the time that we are having this conversation about our sovereign fund? Yet we have had these resources since Kenya was Kenya.
Well, that's
Even
that's
before
a good,
Kenya was Kenya.
Yeah. But look at what is now the Sovereign Wealth Fund is actually covering. It's the mining. Of course, small sector mining was always there. There's also this issue of petroleum, oil and gas sector. And we have proceeds. And this is not something we have been doing, before. It's let's just say it's a recent thing. It started with the, the Turkana
Oil,
the oil,
yes.
and now we have quite good amount of, even this recent declaration of how much billions of gold worth in Kakamega and all this. I think this bill is coming at the right time, where we are saying we have this, we are going to have income from this sector.
Yeah.
And what the bill said is, let us divide the management of these incomes into 3 sections. One, we are saying we're going to have a portion, we're going to have a holding account in the Central Bank of Kenya.
Yes.
And there's going to be 3 accounts that this holding account will release money to. Now with the power and management of the CS for National Treasury. We'll come back to this, whether this is good model or not.
Okay.
And we are saying, let us have an account for development of national infrastructure. We are saying, let's have an account for something, the account that will actually cushion the economy from, volatility or macroeconomics. Those who have done economic classes.
Right.
I am a lawyer. And we are saying, let's have an account for the future generations.
Okay.
Those who are not born. Because we are mere trustees for the future generations.
Urithi.
This Urithi thing. And we are saying, let us protect the future generations from the politics of the present. Yeah, in terms of management of these resources.
Yeah.
Now, coming back to your questions,
Right.
Why do we have it now? I think developed nations have always had. I think you must have heard a lot of countries making reference to Norway.
Yes, we've done it on this show.
On
also.
this show, yeah.
Yes.
A lot of people say, a child born in Norway
is a millionaire.
Is automatically inheriting equity, while a child born in Kenya is automatically inheriting debt. But how Norway has done, even their own models, is totally different from us. For developing nations, do we have natural resources? Yes. We have the biggest amount of natural resources. We are the feature of the entire world when it comes to some of these essential resources. Now, what we are saying is, in as much as an economy like ours, we are in a vicious cycle of collecting and paying debt. Let's just relate this to our own pockets.
Yeah.
Imagine you have mortgage and you have an income. And this mortgage is quite a lot. Maybe you didn't make a good decision and you have to pay several amounts. Now, whatever comes to your pocket, do I pay first, or am I thinking about putting something for the future generation, or developing an infrastructure, or putting something for us to prevent the market from the volatility or shocks of revenues that are coming from this sector?
It will be difficult to save if you have debts.
Yeah.
Every single time you're being called by a bank or a SACCO or a Shylock.
Yeah. But I will say I am happy about this. I'm happy because for a long period of time, developing nations have been just a slave of sovereign debt. Yet, we have now taken a bold step saying, in as much as we are paying this, we must take into account certain interest for this
nation.
And this, I think, is a good step towards management of our resources.
Right.
Yeah.
You mentioned something about the CS and Treasury in regards to this particular fund, and you were asking, is it really a good model? What did you mean by that?
Countries have different models. Let's start with the country like Norway. We are saying Norway is the best, benchmark for all countries. For them, the model they have is purely for future generations. There are not these 3 accounts, one for, infrastructure development. They're not doing it like public finance. No. And their model does not closely interact with their annual budget. Because, the annual budget, there's a risk. We are saying that the Treasury, the CS for Treasury, has a discretion to determine what amount will be going to each of these. We have certain accounts that are closely interacting with our annual budgets.
Yes.
Now, the risk with this is the pressure. The annual budget is just it's a short term. It's a short term compared to this, investment, long term investment. What if we have fiscal pressures, and then he decides, no, let me not put in this account the national interest is for me to mitigate this one.
Okay.
So we are saying this possibility, this
that it might
clauses,
be misused.
Yeah, that.
But you see, and I'm looking at it from this perspective. Our problems are unique.
Yeah.
They are unique in this way. Here we are in a situation whereby we have debt, and it's crazy debt. We have to pay these particular debts, or else we are in danger of extinction, if I may use that word. So if we have resources that we can, because it's not like we're about to deplete them tomorrow, or perhaps even in 10 years. But if we can manage ourselves well, in 10 years, clear the debt, then after 10, and this is just, of course, an example. It could be more, it could be less. I don't know. But let's go with 10. And then after 10 years, we're able to now continue saving now for future. Orithi. Wouldn't that be a good way? Instead of we are saving all this money or these resources or whatever it is that we're getting, the proceeds we're getting, and yet on this other hand, we're still borrowing Eurobond and borrowing I don't know who, so that we can continue with our current physical obligations. I think perhaps tumalize madeni, we sort ourselves out, then whatever remains now, we continue saving. I don't know if I'm making sense.
Why can't we do both?
Why can't we do both is I'm looking at a situation that will get us out of debt faster. So instead of kugawanya moja ingie kwa deni ingine ende kwa save, tumaliza na deni.
You're looking at the debt of a nation as the sort of debts you have, and you're applying what you need to do with your own funds.
It's a model I need to borrow for sure, yes.
No, what you're saying makes sense. Unfortunately, the debt of a country is a bit different. The resources of a country start there are different. The way the nation has acquired debt is also different. You see, start with what is it that we actually have as a nation that would qualify as being resources? And can we quantify these resources?
Yes, we can.
Start with just the human resource, then go to these natural resources, go into what it is that would guarantee that we generate an income that we call it revenue, generate an income that would make it possible for us to deal with that debt that you're speaking of. And then ask yourself, is it possible to deal with our problems and have a surplus which we can save? Because a sovereign fund is a saving, really, for...
Oh, yes.
It's a saving. It's a national saving scheme.
A national saving
Yes, exactly. So to save, you must purpose to actually have money that you are going to save. All right? Every time we look at countries and we compare, sometimes the comparison is really unfair.
Exactly.
Because you simply look at the country, what they've done, and you compare, and you forget. A country like Norway has 5.6 million people, just for starters. That's the population of Nairobi. Okay? So, when you want to compare, then the natural resources, the size of Norway is smaller than our country, but not that significant. So, what I'm saying is this. Whatever it is that they have in terms of natural resources, we could argue we also have, but it is shared between fewer people. But there's a discipline that goes with the situation that they currently have. There are ways in which they've thought of how it is, but they're not the only ones. The UAE has a sovereign fund. Alaska has a sovereign fund. There are very many countries that have sovereign funds.
Even Botswana
has a sovereign fund.
Yeah.
But there is a deliberate way in which you go about it. So when it is mentioned, as far as I see, it's a start.
It's a start in the right direction.
Yes, it has never been talked of before.
Yeah. But he's right that you're operating on a budget deficit.
Yes.
And here you have cash.
Yes.
Why are you putting it aside? It's a question many will ask, yeah? But as you said, it's good that we're taking this step.
Yeah.
Because, remember, these resources, some of them are depletable. If you take the step of you saying, let me first finish paying all the sovereign debt, by the time you finish it, the resources are gone. Yeah? You see the
But we're out
danger.
of debt.
Yes, but then remember, these resources did not belong to you. First of all, there is low possibility that you will actually finish paying this sovereign debt. Yeah, with the income that we are getting.
Yeah,
and these resources are shared. It's not just for the present; it is for the future generation.
We are custodians.
Yeah, we are custodians.
Every generation is a custodian for the next
for
generation.
the next generation.
Yes.
Yeah.
So how do you embark on a process that now eliminates what the future generations are supposed to? Our job is actually to enhance it, and if preservation means enhancing, that's what we do, so that the future generations are able to do better than we did. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
But if we deplete it, we are damning the future generation and saying, you guys, we are leaving nothing for you. Yes.
And look at it this way. We are saying this is depletable natural resources. These proceeds, we are not, if you look at it the way they're managing, we're not just putting it in an account and just letting it, lay there. We are saying, let's create an SPV. For other countries like Botswana, what they say is these proceeds, let us even invest it in other sectors that have returns.
Yes.
So that the capital is even returning
something,
and you're still increasing the fund and the return of it. For us, we are saying certain section, and this is where now management and prudence will come in.
Yes.
And governance. Certain portion of this fund will go to development of infrastructure. What it requires is, it's not just for us to wake up and say, let us now put aside this fund for politically, instigated projects. Our country, yeah?
Yes, we do.
What we are required to do is, this infrastructure that we're actually financing, it should be an infrastructure that benefits the current generation and even the future generation, long term. No, it's not just for us to just use this money for shallow dams.
Yeah.
Or something that will not even stay for 5 or 6 years, or provision of services for a shorter term period. Let it be long-term heavy infrastructure. Yeah. So for me, I will say this is a step in the right direction.
Yes.
But for us to realize the benefit of this bill, it all depends on the kind of clauses we put in terms of transparency, in terms of the level of accountability that will be required. It's, even limiting the level of withdrawals, not just for a CS or any other person waking up and saying, I am withdrawing from this account, but there should be even oversight from the parliament.
I have a question, Halima.
Yes.
When we say, actually for both of you, when we say that we are, when we say that we are doing this for future generations,
yes, please.
I absolutely love it, because even me, there are things I am doing for my children so that in another 20 or so years they can enjoy.
Yes.
But now what I want to understand is, at what point now when you talk about the sovereign wealth, which generations are we doing this for? Are we doing it for the Gen Zs? Are we doing it for the Gen Alphas? Are we doing for the ones that will come after the Alphas? Future generations in Niganis.
It's not necessarily for the future generations only, sir. When you have a fund of that nature, look at it domestically as a saving. It's a stabilizing force.
Yes.
It is something you can fall back on if things don't quite work out the way you had planned.
Is it something we can securitize?
Yes, you can.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you can. Everything that you can do with whatever little money you have in the circle, you can actually do with this. It is a fund after all.
Yes.
The thinking behind it is this. As a country, you need to have something that you can fall back on. You can't live from hand to mouth as a country. That's really to put as simply as you possibly can. Because right now,
which is what we are doing now.
We are doing right
it, yeah.
now. We are living from hand to mouth, and it's dangerous.
It's dangerous. Yeah.
Yes, it is not stable. It doesn't even make for good governance.
Yeah.
But when you talk about the laws and a government and a governance framework or a structure, those things are usually okay so long as we're talking about it. But there's the public participation element of it, so that the country is behind you, or the citizenry are behind you when you talk about it. One, they have to understand what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay?
Exactly.
Fully. They have to understand how it is going to be constituted, and they have to understand why it is there and why it's a benefit. For instance, there's something that people refer to, debt ratio to GDP. And ours, we are at 54%, is it? Yeah, around 51. People say, but that's not too bad. Well, Japan is at something like 230. But the difference is the currency in which they borrow. That country has a savings culture. People save.
It is like collective habit and values. Exactly. Yeah.
So when they borrow, the people are likely to benefit from the government borrowing and their own citizens.
Yeah.
Because they save like a nonsense, if I may use a Kenyan phrase.
Yeah.
Okay?
Discipline. Fiscal discipline.
And it's a culture they have.
Yeah.
We have a culture of spending.
Yeah.
It is absolutely contrary to what we are now talking about.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think to add what he said, look at, in an economy like ours, the biggest spender is the government, isn't it?
The hugest spender is always the government.
It's the government. And whenever we have huge deficit, look at the kind of shock we get. Public sector, salary cuts, delays, and all these things, and pending bills and all this. This bill, for me, it's coming at the right time. It has an account that will actually take into account some of this. It will cushion us from some of this volatility. Whether we are getting high income all of a sudden from a gold in Kakamega that was recently discovered, or whether the revenue have just fallen so short. Now we have an account like the chamas. You say, it is, this subject is so relatable to any mwananchi out there, where we are saying, okay, let's create stability so that this is not felt. We can borrow from this account. So the success of this bill will depend on the governance and the accountability. Well, the other thing perhaps I had seen is when we are implementing policies like this, which are very beautiful, can we just consider making use of the existing infrastructure? For example, you have KRA that is collecting. Of course, there's the central bank that is also receiving some of these royalties and, the amount. We have a national treasury that is deciding what to put in each of these respective accounts. Now, what happens when we are creating sovereign, the wealth fund board and employees? Are they going to consume what we have collected? How are we managing?
So you're for the idea of let's not reinvent the wheel.
Make use. If you have an existing infrastructure that can actually take care of some of these things, the implementation, can we minimize creating more employees? I mean, we are actually complaining about high wage bill, yet you want to create a board that will be taking allowances, and then you're creating a CEO that you have to pay. Can we have a fund manager?
Okay.
If it has to be a board, what level, and the history of this country, who are we even nominating to this and appointing to this? Is it on merit? Or is it going to be politicians who will be saying when they come for a board meeting, what is in the basket?
Could it be that perhaps even in these institutions that you've mentioned, CBK, KRA, the people, perhaps those institutions also have problems? And by us, again, let me use my own phrase, reinventing the wheel, perhaps we are taking care of that problem that would have been found in KRA, Central Bank, and the other institutions that, of course, will assist in management of this particular fund. I'm just, thinking out loud here, because I'm not saying that KRA is a bad institution, but have they been doing a good job? CBK is not a bad institution, but have they been doing a good job? But I like your question on merit. Who is going to be in this particular, board that is going to manage these funds? Exactly. Are we just replicating the problem that is in KRA and then just bring it here?
Exactly.
The one that is in CBK, then just bring it here? Those are fundamental questions.
Yeah.
But yes, I also, for the idea, the infrastructure is already there.
Yeah.
We have KRA that collects. Si waendelee tu.
You see, why what you're saying is extremely pertinent is this. In understanding the fund, because this is an idea that is new in the manner in which it's being introduced and the discussion being held with regards to our country. We've discussed it theoretically about other countries, but now here, we have a history when it comes to government funding. We have a history with regards to government spending. We have a history when it comes to government infrastructure and development. And we have an issue with budgets that never quite feature into development projects that we talk about. We have issues with the money that is borrowed for projects, and the monies and the project are never really in tandem. You know the figure of what was borrowed, you look at the development, and somehow there's a bit of a mismatch here. These are the things that when you subject such a bill to public participation, you talk about so that people understand. Because if you want to set up a completely new board, by all means, justify it and explain to us why we have existing structures that could do this. Why must we create something new? It is a valid question and must be responded to. What is this thing about the fund? Or what are the activities that a fund such as this nature, what is the function that a fund of this nature will actually provide beyond it being a stabilizing force, beyond it being the savings account? What else can this fund do for the country? These are the things that somebody has to state and explain. It's a stabilizing force, yes, but how it's stabilizing is because we don't know what the future holds. Should some of these resources run dry but we have the funds, it is something that we can fall back on. Should some disaster occur that we had not foreseen, this is how it is. It is not dissimilar to how you manage your funds in a home situation. It is not.
Perhaps a question we should also ask then, because we are doing something that already someone else is doing. We've spoken about Norway, Botswana, the US and so on. How are they doing theirs that we can borrow? Of course, considering how also we as a people are, our cultures and stuff. But how are they doing it? Because you see, at the end of the day, money is money. The investment is an investment. The wealth fund is a wealth fund. And whatever it is that they're doing, for example, the kind of investments they are investing in. I know for Norway, for example, they do long-term investments and they're not in a hurry because them it's purely for the future generations. Them up at present, they're sorted. So how is it that they're doing that, and how are they managing that fund? So, and then do they have a special board, a special KRA that collects, or a special CBK that, keeps that money? Perhaps if we can get to understand how they do it, we can have answers for ourselves.
I don't know. Well, I usually refrain myself from asking this kind of, when it comes to implementation of policies, because that's where we go wrong. Our context is different. Our values are different, as you said. For example, when he was talking about Japan. And governance, right now, there's even rethinking of the aspect of governance. Governance is not the same in Japan and it's not the same in Kenya. We have our own African way, probably, of seeing things and managing things. Now, when it comes to issue of management of our own resources, I personally encourage, let's look inward, given our situation and knowing our governance system and knowing the people who govern this country and the people who work for us or with us, what will work for us? What will work for us? What is the best way? Of course, there are funds. There are other funds. For example, Water Sector Trust Fund. It's a successful fund in the water sector. Yeah, it has done well. Tourism fund, I don't know. but it could also be, I cannot speak much to it because I'm not, but I think it's also doing well.
Sports fund.
Sports fund, I do not know. I haven't seen much.
You need to look at the movement of my hand to understand.
Yes. We are seeing the parameter from his, the way he's tilting his hand.
Sports fund, I can let you know, the only time we have seen it work was during Chan. After Chan, before Chan, we didn't know nothing about that fund.
We have an entity called Can Invest. Okay?
Yeah.
It has all those structures that you speak of. If you're talking about an entity that could be bolstered to, instead of just looking for investment opportunities or inviting people to invest, give it expertise of people who understand how to invest money. For instance, since we're talking hypothetical about for instances, so we know when you talk Can Invest, you're talking about an entity that deals with managing, not just bringing in investments, but managing the resources that Kenya has so that they're multiplied. So you bring in, all these experts in fund management and what have you. There are people who claim to be experts in these things, okay? We look for those ones. Okay, these fellows who manage insurance, pension funds, and when you're told you pay for something and there's this equity and then there's diversification of your fund so that you can earn more, blah blah blah. Well, if we do it for entities of that nature, now you're talking about a bigger entity called the country of Kenya, and talk about much huger funds and the responsibility. But you also bear in mind that we've had situations with entities called SACCOs, where we found these board members who borrow money which they shouldn't borrow.
Actually, there was a scandal, right?
Yes.
Millions lost.
Yes.
The Cusco scandal.
Yes. They are supposed to oversight the very activities we are saying here.
Yeah.
So we are careful now with a much huger amount of money, because a sovereign fund has more money than any other entity. And you're asking the question, the manner in which certain Kenyans manage affairs, how will we ensure that this doesn't go that same way? Because these are really huge amounts of money. But more importantly, let's move back and start from first principles. The resources that we have, do we manage those resources well? Here we are every day, Paul, we discuss the human resource. We look at the remittances, they come from human resource. Do we manage this human resource well so that we can actually optimize on this resource?
Definitely not.
Yes, we look at our natural resources. Most Kenyans don't even know that we export iron ore. And we've been exporting it for decades. I came across that knowledge some over 15 years ago when I was at the coast sitting somewhere.
Yeah.
And I was chatting to someone who was next to me. And they told me that they are middlemen for iron ore exportation from the country. I said, which country? Said Kenya. I said, no, we do not export iron ore. They said, you do? I said, no, we don't.
If you see the number of Mabati rolling companies we have in this country.
And he told me and explained to me, yes.
Yeah.
And I said, we do. He said, yeah, I've been doing this business in Kenya for the last 10 years. I said, for the last what? Now, how many other natural resources do we have in this country that are exploited? And it's public. It's a natural resource in the country. It's public.
Yes.
We do not benefit from it directly because we don't know about it, and because we don't know even what the government benefits from it. And remember, this government you talk about is our government. So, are we able, or are we in a position to start on a new chapter of honesty where we say, folks, our resources are actually more than we've admitted before. Unfortunately, there are individuals who've been involved in benefiting from it, but we're going to put a halt to it now. It's going to be a natural resource.
Yeah.
How does that happen when already within this sector of human resource management, there is always mention of even people who are supposed to be custodians being involved in scams that involve human resource? So it means your response was correct. We don't even optimize it.
Yeah.
Now you're talking about minerals. We've had entities coming into this country who want to exploit the minerals that we have and have had clarity. Kwale, we had such an entity.
Based titanium.
Yes, we did. The clarity with which they came in, I'm calling it clarity. How the county government would benefit, how the national government would benefit. The earth that they were excavating, what would happen to it after they left, etc., etc., etc. You and I have talked about the mineral wealth in this country. And by the way, it's spread all over.
Yeah, there are minerals like northern Kenya that haven't even been explored.
Yes.
Yeah, we do have. I think
plenty.
Yeah. Are you saying that we should have audit of all our natural resources?
We have to start there.
Yeah.
We have to start there. And our next
Yeah.
conversation starts there. Thank you for summarizing it for me. That's what we start and say, folks. This is what we have, and this is what we want to deal with. And this is the potential, and this is how we want to go about it. So people say, aha, now we understand what we're going to do about it.
What is the index?
Yes, but it can't be that we are talking about a sovereign fund and the sovereign resources are not being discussed comprehensively so that the citizenry understands that it is these resources in its entirety or in their entirety that will contribute to this fund.
Yes. I think that's a good suggestion. And we also appreciate that we have actually, as a country, taken this step. That if we are going to support this bill because it's a step in the right direction, then we are asking the right way of managing these natural resources and introduction of clauses that will actually ensure proper transparency, accountability, and oversight from other institutions like even the parliament, so that every withdrawal, even allocation, when you give too much discretionary power to the CS, who is also a political appointee, will that work well? This is the question. This is what we are saying. We have to be honest with ourselves when it comes to governance. And we have to tweak our laws in a manner that will actually, de-risk this fund.
I have a feeling if we were to genuinely ask Kenyans who understand
wait, go slowly. Don't the Kenyans who understand. You're suggesting that there are Kenyans who don't understand.
Yes, I am actually.
That's a tricky path to go along.
Actually, I am suggesting
because you're then implying that there are some Kenyans who are incapable of understanding, and that's not what you mean.
What I mean.
So let's start again, shall we?
No, I'm actually going to say it again as I said it. If we were to ask Kenyans, and especially those who understand, because eventually, when we start having that conversation, public participation and all that, then I'm certain majority of Kenyans will get to understand this. And if we ask those Kenyans who will have gone through that process, chances are they will say they wouldn't want this managed by a political appointee or a political entity. Perhaps they would want this to be taken care of by a private, really private, no, but someone who is not in those particular spaces we've spoken about.
Yeah, but you see, our national treasury is the manager of all public finance and assets. There's nothing wrong the national treasury managing this. It is in the right direction. It is in accordance with the law, the Public Finance Management Act and the Constitution. All we are saying is that we should not give unfettered decision making or power when it comes to the management of this. We are saying involve other oversight. Of course it's there, but more and more precisely.
Look at this simple structure of government where government has ministries have departments, then the government takes it further. The government creates a bank that is the bank for the
sovereign wealth,
the country first of all, and then these ministries as well. But this bank also oversights other private banks that exist within the country.
See, that's the CBK.
Yes, and the CBK is part of Treasury. It's part of the Ministry of Finance. It is not absolutely yet. It is also parastatal, but it has certain powers that enable it to do what it can do. You see? The reason why you found me arguing with you about the opening statement that you made is this. I am of this view. Anybody can understand a process if you take the time and bother to explain it to them in a way that they can understand. Meet them at the point of their understanding and then break this thing down so that it can be understood. If you discuss it in terms, if you use the terms that only professionals in that particular field, well, then it's only the profession that field will understand what you're talking about. Okay?
No, I didn't mean the professionals, but I said Kenyans. And that's why I went ahead and after you chimed in, I said, after we've gone even through the process of public participation. So that means even my own grandmother who is in Ushago should be like, okay, so this is what the country is talking about. Hence, she will understand.
Yeah.
And perhaps she will be like, no, my decision as a Kenyan who understands this now is hii kitu isipatiwe fulani fulani, ipatiwe fulani fulani.
You see, when it comes to, natural resources, it is the most relatable subject.
Yes.
We even have indigenous ways of managing our natural resources. We have, traditional ways of even harvesting water, for example, or even storing water. I don't know whether you have seen, there was something that was going around about cooling. Some cooling, I don't know. It
with
was
the clay pot.
Clay pot and all. You see, that is use and management of natural resources. Bearing in mind that the only available asset or resources that has always been available to every citizen in this country has always been the natural resource. So all it requires is to bring the point home.
Yes.
And explain to them that these natural resources in our environment are not just for mere existence. They're actually of use. They're of assets.
Yeah.
And this is the way we can use it. And I think there's actually a bill or an act now, the resource sharing. You know where?
It had to be.
The benefit sharing.
That is how
bill,
entities like Tionmin were able to actually work, because there had to be a framework within which they were actually going to explore. Yes, and whatever it is they were doing. You see, there's a concept that we now take for granted. The concept that made it possible for us to speak in this language we are speaking. It's called education. Okay? When it was introduced, this Western form of education, the understanding was not based on what you are taught. The understanding dawned on people when you saw the benefits of it. Somebody who goes through the education is able to do certain things. In an older time, like when my parents were younger than I and had began this work, somebody who had an education and went to work would now change the roofing of the parents' house to corrugated iron. Somebody makes a little more money, they build a house made of stone. Somebody with a little more money buys a vehicle. This education, it then became clear, this education has benefits.
It is benefits.
Yes. You see, now, it's a resource. And when properly utilized, it is now, when you look at the proliferation of it, we are now able to export the outcome of a good utilization of this resource by exporting this human being who is also a resource, and not the person. We are exporting them and their ability, and in return, we are getting remittances.
Exactly.
So it's a process.
Yeah.
It's not difficult to understand if it is explained in a way that makes it easy for people to understand.
Yeah.
If we do not start, because this gives us an opportunity for a complete reset, in my opinion.
Exactly.
Reset where we started by saying, folks, this is the audit of the resources we have. So when we talk of resources, talk of sovereign fund, these resources, this is where these funds are going to come from, and this is how we are planning to manage it. See, that conversation is very different from just the abstract form of discussion of sovereign fund.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
When we break it down, I want to read a comment here by one Evans Ongano. I think it's So Evans anasema UDA election losers in 2027 will be appointed to that board to recoup whatever they lost in campaigns. If the government can appoint Aisha Juma to head the Kenya Roads Board with zero engineering skills. But you understand, the reason I've read that comment is because I wanted us to also understand how Kenyan, and this is just one Kenyan, it's not the whole 50-something million of us.
You'd be amazed at how many people share that view.
Exactly. I was going to that point. But if this one Kenyan has that point of view, chances are there are a couple of others who share a similar need. And I'm going back to the management of the wealth fund.
The success of this depends on the governance and management of this fund. But what we are seeing, probably this higher threshold for some of these board members, because even the act somehow, it alludes to that, But I think we understand what Kenyans are raising, and it's probably part of this public participation take into consideration the people you are putting there. We are watching you because this is not a mayor board. This is about management of our natural resources.
Yes.
So, and I do agree with them that the government, carries that burden of ensuring we put the right people in these places. Yeah.
Because the president also mentioned this in the same breath with the National Infrastructure Fund, I think, which is supposed to ensure that we also have a good infrastructure going forward. And we know infrastructure, of course, comes with a lot of things, including even those resources getting to perhaps where they're supposed to get.
That's interesting because, and that could also be overlapping role. Because remember, this bill has 3 accounts.
Yes.
And we're saying one of them is for infrastructure.
Yes.
Domestic infrastructure development, which is a good thing. What we are saying is this income from the natural resources is not just putting aside for the future generation, for economy like ours. And this is why we have contextualized. We also want to use it for infrastructure development.
Yes.
But why do we have concurrent another fund? We are saying infrastructure fund. Yeah. How are we going to now correct this?
Yeah.
This is a point of deliberation.
We actually do have an infrastructure fund. We just don't call it that. We do.
Yeah.
Let me explain. You heard me say this. I'm going to repeat it again so that we understand it. Some really smart people came up with this understanding of how it is you can maintain roads and get money to maintain it. All they did was they put a levy into the fuel.
Oh yeah, that's good.
You can't escape it. It doesn't matter who you are, where you are. When I go into a shop and buy a sweet, Haki, I'm contributing that fuel levy. You know why? When it is transported, the transporter will add whatever cost he has from the fuel. Yes. And whoever it is who is selling it to me will add his profit on top of it. I will eventually bear the burden. I am paying. If I fuel my car, I am paying. When we look at what is being suggested that we will build tall booths and so forth, we've had them. This method is far more efficient, far better than putting up structures where human beings are going to be sitting there waiting for people to pay
collection.
Yes, this one is easy, straightforward. It is easy to even manage. It is easy to, because you know how much fuel is consumed.
Exactly.
You know what it costs. You know the amount of money you've loaded onto the cost of that fuel. If you want to have more infrastructure, you go to public participation and say, folks, we have 10 bob, for an example, in the fuel levy. We want to add another 20 shillings. And the 20 shillings is because we now want to build A, B, C, D, and this is what is going to help. Now, if you want to understand just how potent it is, there's something called the Atalanta Stadium.
Yes.
We have securitized a portion of that very levy that we're talking about within the fuel. It's a security being provided for that securitization process.
That's wonderful.
Because you can see the money coming in, you know.
Yeah.
Anybody looks and says, makes sense.
And that's what we are talking about when we say use of existing infrastructure.
Yes.
Did we create another board or institution to do this? That is smooth and strategic
we have
implementation.
EPRA that does that.
Yeah.
It's just a question of giving some more wings, give it beefing. All I'm saying is the things we are talking about, we are already doing some of it without realizing that
that's
we're
wonderful.
Actually doing it.
Yeah. Maybe we should give ourselves or even give the government credit for some of these successful stories.
Yes. This fuel levy is one of the most successful things I have actually seen, and it's one of the most efficient ways I've seen of collecting money.
Yeah.
Nobody escapes
is
it.
involved.
Yes.
And then
yes, you're right.
That's what we are saying. Collection and management of this.
It is so simple
possible
and straightforward
for us to actually do it like this levy fund.
The fuel levy, yes.
Yeah, collect without us creating.
But all these additional structures and what have you, because as you say, now this feeds into what you're talking about with the treasury. All these monies end up at the treasury anyway.
Yeah.
So since you know the amount that is intended for this, you simply move it and say that is managed by that particular department there.
And by the way, the good part of it is the Urithi one.
Yeah.
is supposed to be in offshore account and in probably currency that is not volatile, you know, and stable, which is a good thing because that is now maximum protection of it.
Yeah, that fund, by that National Infrastructure Fund is the 5 trillion we were talking about, which is supposed to it's part of the president's transformation agenda.
Let me explain something. When you hear big figures, it may be daunting. Part of the reason why that this discussion, in my opinion, can give us a good opportunity for reset is because in the same breath we talk about debts, in the same breath we talk about hemorrhaging, that when you do the material, but if we could just block this hemorrhaging, some of these pressing issues like debts, we'd be able to actually move some way in resolving them. We'd have more money than we currently have.
Halima, we'll invite you back to continue this conversation about this very many funds.
Yes.
But you're vying for LSK in Nairobi.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yes. Tell us about this position that you want.
I'm vying for the position of Nairobi rep in the upcoming elections. Why is it's our profession, and I think we have more to do. A lot of people, I don't know, as we said, when in our discussion we said our biggest spender in the economy is the government.
Yeah.
And advocates, we have done well in terms of keeping the government accountable and all that, the activism. I think our president has done a marvelous job.
Yeah.
But we are also saying that our pockets are empty. The market is not good. And what we are saying is that we need to also protect the market, the practice for advocates. Look at it this way. The government, currently, what people are saying is that a huge amount of the pending bill constitutes legal fees.
Yes.
We are having circulars within the government saying limit your engagement with external. And lawyers are professionals. They are in the market. They are service providers. We have accountants who are also providing their services. The level of scrutiny, even though accountability is essential, we say it should not be selective.
Okay.
We should allow advocates to practice and provide their services just like any other professions. And of course, personally, I think I have worked in public sector, I have worked in private sector, I've worked with stakeholders, and I have a lot to add and to offer to this society. And that's why I want to be part of it. I want to sit there and give it back to our society.
All right.
Yeah.
We wish you all the best as far as that is concerned. Also, the death of Justice Mohammed Ibrahim, did you know him?
Well, he is a prominent person in the legal and justice sector. I mean, every advocate in this country knows him. And we say to Allah, we all go back. We offer our sincere condolences to the family and even the entire legal fraternity. We have lost a giant, and may Allah have mercy on him.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Halima, we invite you once again.
Asante sana. I look forward to.
Kuna mtu ameuliza hapa mahali about your services. I don't know. Do you litigate on behalf of the public, or you just do your own stuff on the side?
Yeah, we do.
All right.
We do.
Okay.
Yes.
So how do they get in touch?
How do they get in touch? We have a law firm, and we can always refer them to the law firm. Let me go a little back on that because I also offer my services in public sector.
Right.
So yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sawa.
Yeah.
Next time ukikuja sasa, we shall introduce the law firm as well.
Yeah. Asante sana.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. This is where we leave you, folks. We'll be back tomorrow bright and early, same time, 6 a.m. And tomorrow is Friday, by the way. So great conversations as far as that is concerned. But tunawacha katika mikono ya Lady Mathai and Rania Abdi coming through on the Retro Box.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 4 Kenyans have filed a lawsuit at High Court seeking to stop the